I was just going over my list that the town provided. Sorry.
No, it's
He
not.
lives in Lisbon.
Yeah.
It's the same house he's always been in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he here?
I don't know. I just had it on a list of possible people to speak.
Yeah, I don't see Doug.
Yeah.
It's Doug. Doug.
Doug will speak. Yeah, Doug's on my list because he lives in Orlando, Carolina.
Yeah. No, it's Bethel.
Does he Bethlehem?
Yeah. Oh, he went to
Good evening, everybody. All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome to the 2024 Littleton, New Hampshire Town Meeting, the first session known as the deliberative session. My name's Chad Stearns. I'm your town moderator. We're going to go over the meeting information shortly, but first I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could all please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right, as in years past, we'll go over some basic information and rules, and then we'll get the meeting started. All right, exits. As you'll see, there's an exit over there right behind you, as well as the one that you came in on. And for if we need it, there is an exit behind me on my right here. Bathrooms are out the door that you came in, and then you take an immediate right, and there's a men's and ladies' room right there. All right, now for introductions. To my left here, we have our select board, Carrie Gendro, Linda McNeil, and Roger Emerson, as well as interim town manager and police chief Paul Smith. We also have several department heads here in attendance. Angela Brusso, town clerk. Is Riley here? No. Oh, hi Riley. Riley Clark from Littleton Parks and Rec. Opera House, sorry, my bad. Patrick Donahue, seen? Oh, all right. Lori Belosevich, I saw her over there. She's in finance. Chad Miller, fire chief. I know he's here. I saw him. There he is. All right. Doug Damko, Public Works. Megan Carr from the library. All right. Amelia Claus. Oh, there she is. And Amelia, where are you from?
I'm the interim Parks and Rec director.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Steve Bean. Is he in? No. All right. Tommy Hartwell here?
He will be a little bit.
Okay. Thank you. James Gardner, I saw. I know he was here somewhere. There he is. All right, we have Town Council, Joe Driscoll. All right, and so that's our department. Did I miss any department heads or town personnel? No? All right. Next, we do have a lot of people that make the meeting and elections happen. Room setup, thank you to the schools, the town clerk, supervisors of the checklist, the ballot clerks, town staff, many volunteers, and always a good thanks to Roger Merrill, who keeps me in line. Thank you all for your service. Again, as moderator, I am relatively new, only a couple years, so if I make a mistake, just, help me do it right, and that kind of goes for, we look at our select board tonight. They're recently without a town manager. They've got an interim. Paul has been gracious enough to step up, but again, very, very new, so just a little bit of leniency as we make our way through the process. So we really appreciate that. All right, this is the first session of town meeting. The second session of town meeting will be held Tuesday, March 12th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Highway Garage. Tonight's session is the legislative session. You, the registered voters, are the legislative body. We're here with a specific purpose: to discuss the posted warrant. We're not opening, this is not an open meeting of public to discuss anything on your mind. State law requires for us to only conduct business on the warrant. I will read each warrant article. Someone will present, usually someone from the town or someone who petitioned the article, and then it will be open for general discussion. You, the voters, may exercise your right if you choose to question, deliberate, or amend the warrant articles. Once discussion's done, we'll vote to move the article to the official ballot for voting day. When all the articles are voted on, that concludes our meeting. Amendments must be submitted to me in writing that I can read. If you can, I'm the worst at that, so it's better to have you write it or than me. If you can do it ahead of time, that's great. I understand sometimes it happens on the fly and we're not able to. But we do need those in writing to myself, and then I can give it to the town clerk so she can make it an official part of the record. Only Littleton registered voters are permitted to speak tonight unless the permission of the legislative body is given to other individuals. If you're not a registered voter, you're permitted to listen and observe, but you can and do not vote. But we do customarily practice, we allow non-registered voters to speak, such as town employees, sometimes social service warrant articles, people from out of town or not registered would like to speak, or anyone not registered voter that wants to speak that didn't, excuse me. Is there anyone that is not a registered voter that would like to speak that has not notified me? Okay. So I'm going to read the following list of people that are not registered voters that would like to speak. Afterwards, if I could have a motion in a second, if the body chooses to be able to allow these people to speak. So far, I have Lori Belosevich, Chad Miller, Doug Damko, Megan Carr, Amelia Claus, Steve Bean, I don't think he was actually here, Tommy Hartwell, James Gardner, Town Council Joe Driscoll, Melissa Norris from Ammonoosuc Community Health Services, Lauren Alberini from North Country Home Health and Hospice, and Lori Leduc from the support staff union. So that's that list. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Oh, we have a motion and we have a second. All right. Is there any discussion on that?
Who seconds that motion? Lynn comments? Yes.
All right. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please signify by holding up your yes card. All right. Anybody opposed? Oh, all right. So we will, those people that were mentioned on the list will be allowed to speak. If anyone that was not mentioned on that list would still like to speak, please let me know, and then we can have the body vote on it. Okay. I don't know if everybody heard that. Sandy Brackett from the Boys and Girls Club is not a registered voter of Littleton. In case someone has questions on that, she would like the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club. Is there a motion to allow that? All right, Courtney Bowler made the motion. Is there a second? Second, all right, we've got a second over here. Any discussion on that?
Chad,
Yeah.
when people make motions, can I have names, please?
Yep.
Katie Masters. Thank you.
All right. If everybody heard that, when we're doing up at the front, or if we're doing motions and seconds, if you could say your name, it helps Angie when she's recording the minutes. Is there any discussion on Sandy speaking? All right, all those in favor, please hold up your red cards. All right. All those opposed, your blue cards. All right, Sandy, you've been added to the list. All right. So the rules. If you would like to speak, actually, let me back up. So the way this will go is I'll read the article. We'll have someone from the town or whoever from the article. If you would like to speak, there is a microphone right here in the center aisle. Please line up one at a time regarding that article. When you'd like to speak. When one person's on speaking, the next person can come in line. When speaking, state your full name and town of residence. If there's a vote to end discussion, anyone in the queue will be permitted to speak. So if there's 3 or 4 people still waiting to speak, they'll be allowed to speak before we end that discussion. Everyone gets an opportunity to speak. Please address the moderator, not one another. Make your point, be respectful of other people and everyone's time. No personal attacks. Let others speak. If no one else is in line, you may speak again. Remember, we're here to discuss the posted warrant and nothing else. If someone breaks the rules, they will be ruled out of order. If they do it again, they will be warned. And continuous out of order or overly disruptive, despite warnings to stop it, as a last resort, someone may be asked to leave the meeting. I don't think it'll come to that, but I do want to lay those guidelines out. Historically, we've always tried to have this be a one-night session and not go into a second night. I strongly recommend that. It just goes a lot smoother, and everybody's done on one night. The backup date, if we're not able to do that, is Thursday, February 8th at 6 p.m. Historically, there have been votes to restrict reconsideration of a warrant article. It can be done after a vote is taken. Sometimes the body may choose to do it after every 5 votes or any number of votes after that. Historical housekeeping in the past, just as a reminder to people, sometimes people have made motions for a time limit to end discussions tonight. A lot of times people will pick 10 o'clock, and the body will vote on that, of course, is when to end discussion. We've also in the past considered nonprofit articles out of order. The body has voted on that. If anybody's interested in that, they are Articles 38 and 47 pertain to those nonprofits. There have also in the past been motions made to place remaining articles on the warrant as presented, and the meeting can exclude any from motion to be gone over separately. So those are just all historical ones that we've done in the past, if the body is interested in doing that. We do have a few articles, to my knowledge, that have asked to be amended, which we can go over in time, and I do have those amendments here. If there's no other questions, we can start with the warrant articles. All right. Or if there's any motions or anything like that. Right.
Mr. Moderator,
Oh,
Courtney Bowler.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to begin with the nonprofit petition articles, starting with 38. I thought it was 39.
Well, let me check. The nonprofits, we will go on the list.
I guess I should clarify
Oh,
the
it is-
petition warrant
It's
articles.
38 is what I have here as being
Okay.
the first nonprofit, and I have the last nonprofit as being Article 47, I believe. Yes, so is your motion is to consider 38 through 47 out of order?
Yes.
All right, is there a second to that motion? All right, in the name for the second? All right, Katie. All right, is there any discussion regarding that motion? Seeing no discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by holding your yes card up. All right, and those opposed, please hold your blue card up. All right, well, the yeses have it, so we will start with Article 38. All right, Article 38. And this is actually one of the articles that I have having an amendment. So Article 38 is a petition from the Chamber of Commerce for downtown beautification. Let's see, Peter, am I correct? Is it just the numeric? Is that the only amendment that you've made? Are you proposing?
Yeah, the amount, and I have one extra phrase in the
Okay.
as 40, which is the original draft. Pick up, Peter.
Yeah. No. Okay, no, I can paraphrase. I apologize. I was asking Peter about his amendment that he's made. There are a couple changes, so rather than just the dollar amount, I'm going to read the article as it's been presented in the warrant, and then I will read the amendment that's being proposed. Article 38, petition Chamber of Commerce downtown beautification. As it's in the warrant, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $27,117 to support downtown beautification efforts, a partnership between the town of Littleton and the Littleton Area Chamber of Commerce, including downtown flowers, flags, and holiday lights by petition. Estimated tax impact of 3.7 cent per thousand. Not recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 1 to 2 to 0. Not recommended by the Budget Committee, 3 to 4 to 0. Now, there is an amendment that's been proposed to see if to have the article read as follows: to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $19,411 to support downtown beautification efforts, a partnership between the town of Littleton and the Littleton Area Chamber of Commerce. Despite rising costs, the amount is held to the same as last year's by reduction in scope and contributions by businesses. Beautification includes downtown flowers, flags, and holiday lights by petition. An estimated tax impact of 2.65 cents per thousand. Now that is the amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second the amendment.
All right.
Amendment.
All right, thank you. Can you speak, say your name again? Sorry. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We're open for discussion, and Peter Cooper from the Chamber will explain the amendment.
As most of you know, downtown, but first of all, I'm Peter Cooper. I'm on the Littleton Chamber of Commerce Board. And so downtown beautification includes hanging flowers and their watering, flags, holiday lights. Crew of volunteers hangs these and takes them down at the end of the season. And the Water and Light helps us with flags, lighted spheres, library tree lights, Glad Getaway, and so on, at no cost to the taxpayer. So last summer, Houghton Nurseries, which had supplied the flowers for many years, told us that he would retire. So we solicited bids from 6 different nurseries between Piermont and Whitefield. 4 declined to bid at all. 2 did bid, but their prices were close to one another, but they were double what Houghton had been charging us. So concerned with the cost, I made an appointment to present to the Budget Committee and did at their November 30th meeting. I had 2 plans, one for full scope, Main Street, Mill Street, and Saranac Street, 76 flower pots, and also an alternative scope, reduced scope, 46 for Main Street only. The Budget Committee was very supportive and in fact voted for the full scope, but a month later, apparently seeing the total of all the warrant articles and budgets and so on, they reversed that, and the selectmen did not support either. So we're responding to those concerns. This amendment. We would propose to reduce the scope to Main Street only. That's 46 flower pots, and not do Saranac and Mill Streets. So that's good for $5,550 reduction. Also, we would get contributions from businesses, and that's another $2,156, and that brings the total down to the number for last year, which is $19,411. So hopefully, if possible, if the Budget Committee and the Select Board approve of this changed warrant article, they could revise their recommendations on a printed ballot, which I think carries a lot of weight. We have support from businesses for about 3/4 of the amount that of the 2,000, not all the way there, but we think we can get there. But as we solicited these contributions, we heard strong support for the flowers and, in fact, for the full scope. So if this assembled group feels that way, they should probably turn down this amendment, or if they feel that the reduced scope and the maintaining the price from last year is the way to go, then they should adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Is there any other discussion on the amendment?
Greg Darling, Littleton. Are the businesses going to water the plants on Main Street, or are we going to be paying extra as part of the $19,000 for watering the plants, keeping them in good shape all season?
We pay a fellow to water the plants. Early attempts at having businesses water the plants weren't very successful. And it does take watering every day. George Dimmick comes out at the very, very wee hours of the morning before work. He's got his pickup truck fitted up with a tank and a pump and so on, and makes quick work of it. So that price cost is in all of the alternatives.
All right, thank you, Peter. Bruce?
Bruce Hadlock of Littleton. Question, is that particular article in turn placed on here by petition, or how did it get on here?
Yes, it is a petitioned article, and it is
Okay,
according with the warrant.
I don't believe that you can amend a petitioned article for anything with money. And I don't think you can do that.
No, yes, you can amend a petitioned article.
You asked the attorney, I don't
I
think
just
you
did.
can.
Yep.
We've never been able to in the past. So what makes you change it?
We've done it several times, Bruce.
No, you've never done it. Thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion on the amendment to the article? All right, seeing no more discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the article, please signify by raising your red cards. All right, those opposed, please raise your blue card. All right, the amendment passes. I will now ask, if there's no other discussion, if everybody is happy to place the amended warrant article on the warrant. All those in favor, please hold up your card and say, yeah, we don't need to say aye, we can just say yes. All right, all those opposed, please say no. Or put your no, or put your blue card up. I'll get it right eventually. We got like 52 more articles, we're all set. All right, we're through our first article, guys. We're getting there. All right. Article 39 by petition, Pathways Pregnancy Care Center. To see if the town of Littleton will vote to assist Pathways Pregnancy Care Center in the amount of $3,200 to help in maintaining and increasing its material assistance and Learn to Earn program. Through material assistance, clients receive diapers, wipes, clothing, and other family essentials monthly. The Learn to Earn program enables those who take free education classes to earn points, which can be used to receive additional items such as car seats, strollers, and pack and plays from the baby boutique. Learn to Earn allows clients to receive a hand up rather than just a handout. In 2022, Pathways assisted 72 clients throughout our community who took 50 lessons and over 3,500 material items from the center. Over 200 different classes are available, ranging in topic from pregnancy, birth, and parenting to practical life skills and healing. There is no requirement to receive any of Pathways services. All services are free and confidential to anyone who needs assistance by petition. Estimated tax impact is 0.4 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. All right, I'll open that up to discussion. Would anybody like to? Oh, looks like we have a person. Looks like we have a few people.
State my name.
Yes, please.
Courtney Bowler. I'm just going to read a prepared statement that I have. Pathways Pregnancy Care Center mission is to exist to support, educate, and equip people to make life-affirming choices related to pregnancy, parenting, relationships, and God. According to their January 24th newsletter, they are petitioning for tax appropriations from Littleton, Lisbon, Bethlehem, and Whitefield. At the time of preparing for this statement, those other town amounts were not available online, but notably, Bethlehem's posted warrant did not include a Pathways petition. Their newsletter indicates to their readers the money requested is to support their material assistance program, as indicated in the petition, but that program is not specifically identified anywhere on their website. It's important to draw attention to their other services, which include options counseling, a pro-life ministry that would caution clients against abortion as a viable option. Options identified by the service are abortion, parenting, and adoption. Unequal opportunities are offered by Pathways, who may give referrals for adoption organizations and offer parenting classes, but a lack of direction for abortion services and instead only offers accurate information, this is a quote, accurate information about abortion procedures and its risks. However, it is not a licensed medical facility. It cannot provide full-range healthcare services, and it does not have to follow privacy laws, HIPAA. According to their website's frequently asked questions, the Baby Boutique is available to clients of Pathways who have children and is part of each weekly class visit. That means not just anyone can benefit from the boutique, but must sign up for classes teaching their life-related lessons with a religious-based values. Included in the newsletter was an overview of services provided, which overall has been less than the 2022 numbers. Individual clients, 53 compared to 70. Client visits, 287 compared to 346. Bright course classes taken by clients, 107 compared to 48. And boutique items given out, 3,021 compared to 3,667. More classes were taken this year, but fewer boutique items were given out. Their website also indicates that Pathways is this is a quote, Pathways is a nonprofit agency that relies completely on those who support them through their tax-deductible donations. There is no mention of tax-appropriated money as a funding source. The people paying those taxes do not benefit from the tax deduction that a direct donation does when made to the organization. As a religious-based organization, Pathways has other sources of revenue, which would be more equitable or fair to the voter at large than the requested tax appropriation request we see now. I strongly urge this body not to accept this petition as currently presented to the official warrant ballot by voting no tonight and accepting an amendment adjusting the funding or the background information. If no amendment is accepted on this article, please consider voting no in March to ensure tax money is not appropriated to a religiously affiliated organization that serves a very small percentage of the greater community and only if they are a client of the organization. I urge those who support this organization to instead make a tax-deductible donation directly to them rather than vote yes in March. Thank you.
Much shorter than Courtney. Katie Masters, Littleton. I'd like to piggyback off the very eloquent and well thought out comments that Courtney Bowler just presented to us here tonight to reiterate the fact that Pathways does not in fact have counselors on site that are medically trained. They are not counselors who can provide services under any sort of healthcare facility. They are not counselors who can be charged through health insurance. They are not a healthcare facility. They are not presenting themselves in a honest and true light, and it is not appropriate for a town to be publicly funding an organization that is significantly religiously bent. Thank you.
I'm Frank Graham, I'm a Littleton native. I don't know how much money that was up there, but what, 3,200 or something? How much are we doling out to other people? Abortion is murder. You know, and this, I tell you, I don't care. These guys are helping people. I think we ought to support this. That's the whole grand scheme of things. How much money is that? Come on. How much are we going to spend tonight? A lot. Thank you.
just one final comment. I don't think it's appropriate for tax appropriations to contribute to an organization that coerces a woman's decision about her health and her reproductive rights. I'd also like to make a motion to amend this petition warrant article, specifically the amount. To see if the town of Littleton will vote to assist Pathways Pregnancy Care Center in the amount of $0.
All right, we have a motion to change the amount to $0 by Courtney Bowler and a second by Katie Masters. All right, we do have a motion. Oh, hold on just a second. Town council has advised me that we can't zero out a warrant article, but we can change it to as little as $1 if that's what you're looking to do.
Yes,
So you're
$1.
Changing your amendment to $1?
$1.
All right, and you're seconding that?
Yes,
Okay, all right, so our motion is to change the dollar amount in Article 39 to $1. All right, is there any discussion on the amendment in specific? All right, this time at this time, we'll have a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, changing the dollar amount of Article 39 to $1, please hold up your yes card, the red card. All right. All right, I have 30 yeses. All right, and then can anyone voting no, can I have your no card up, please? All right, I have 25 noes. So the article is amended to $1. If you have. All right, is there any other discussion on the amended warrant article? All right. All those in favor of placing the article on the ballot as amended, please raise your cards. All right. Am I going to have to count again? All right, and those opposed to placing the article on the warrant? All right, the yeses have it, so that will be placed on the warrant as amended. Article 40. Petition CASA court-appointed special advocates to see if the town of Littleton will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,000 for the recruitment and retention of CASA volunteer advocates. CASA of New Hampshire is a nonprofit that provides a voice for abused and neglected children and youth by empowering a statewide network of trained volunteers to advocate on their behalf so they can thrive in a safe, permanent home by petition. Estimated tax impact of 1/10 of 1 cent per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 3 to 0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 7 to 0 to 0. All right, do we have discussion?
Yes, my name is Elaine French. I am a CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocate for Children. What we do, we are volunteers. There's about, I should talk here. We are about 700 of us in the state of New Hampshire. We become involved in a family when DCYF becomes involved in the family. We are the people who represent the best interest of the child or children involved in the case. Just a few statistics. For the fiscal year 2023, which would start on July 1st, 2022, there were 7 volunteers, CASAs in Littleton. We took on 18 cases, which covered 26 children. We had to refuse 27 children in the county of Grafton, So far in 2024, we have in Littleton 15 cases involving 20 children. And as I said, we are volunteers. If CASA cannot take a case, it goes to a GAL, guardian ad litem, which is a professional who gets paid $60 an hour, plus they get paid for traveling, and they only have to see the child once during the length of the case. Cases usually go in New Hampshire for about 2 years. I see the children and any parents involved every month. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Harrington. I'm also a CASA volunteer. I actually just finished one case. Usually you have one case at a time, but there's such a need for CASA volunteers. I had 2 cases, one through the Littleton courts and one through Lancaster. The Littleton one ended up with adoption by a family member, and the Lancaster one is very complicated. Each case lasts about 3 to 5 years. They're very complicated. I don't know if I can amend this, but I'd love to amend this to give $2,000 to CASA. They deserve the world. I also would love, this is off topic, but if anybody wants to talk to me about CASA, we need volunteers so badly. It's an incredibly hard job, incredibly rewarding. You learn a lot about law. You go to the court cases and you speak up to the judge about the children. Can I amend it to ask for $2,000, please?
You do have that right.
Thank you.
If you'd like to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to offer CASA $2,000 instead of $1,000.
Okay, we have a motion. All right, we have a second from Elaine French. All right, so the motion is to increase the dollar amount of Article 40 from $1,000 to $2,000. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor of aye of the amendment, please hold up your card and say yes.
Should I go hold mine up?
All right, I got you, don't worry. All right, now all those opposed, please hold up your blue card. All right, well, the ayes have it, so the article has been amended to $2,000. Is there any other discussion on the amended warrant article? All right, all those in favor of placing the amended warrant article on the ballot, please hold up your red cards. All right, those opposed, hold up the blue cards. All right, the article is on the ballot. We're moving right ahead. Look how smooth that went.
I want to thank everybody, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, and that means a lot to me. I can't wait to tell CASA and the children. It's important. Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Article 41, petition Grafton County Senior Citizens Council. Shall the voters raise and appropriate $35,750 to Grafton County Senior Citizens Council, Inc., through the Littleton Area Senior Center and the Service Link Resource Center for services for Littleton residents. From July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, the Littleton Area Senior Center provided services for 1,012 Littleton residents, and Service Link provided services for 262 residents. These services include nutrition, transportation, outreach support, Service Link support, and more. The cost of providing these services was $597,026.13 by petition. Estimated tax impact is 4.9 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. Is there any discussion on the article?
My name is Doug Menzies, and I am a Littleton resident and a member of the Grafton County Board of Directors, Board of Directors of the Grafton County Senior Citizens Council. Most of you are aware of the work of Littleton Area Senior Center, but let me provide you with just a brief few statistics and context, okay? Last year, over 1,000 older Littleton residents enjoyed 35,542 meals prepared by our kitchens. Those same Littleton residents used our transportation buses for 4,270 door-to-door rides. Residents reached out, Littleton residents, senior residents, reached out 1,400 times for help with problems, crisis, or issues of long-term care. and participated in 2,446 health education or social activities designed to support their independence and dignity. We watch every penny and count them twice. No one goes hungry, and even then we spent close to $600,000 last year providing services to Littleton seniors. Our funding is pieced together from 4 sources. About 50% federal and state, 28% contributions, 11% grants and contracts, 11% warrant articles and local government appropriations. Who doesn't want to stay in their homes and out of an institution for as long as possible in the face of chronic health problems and increasing frailty? Our services are critical for independence and dignity. Most of us know from experience, including myself, that aging has its ups and downs. Please know that the warrant translates into important support for older adults in our community. Thank you.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I'm a volunteer at the Senior Center for Meals on Wheels. I've been driving there for about 5 years. And what I have seen is these seniors that we're delivering food to, most of them really need the food, and they need someone to just make sure they're okay. There are people who are lonely, who just want to talk. There are also people who are not in good health, who it helps to have someone check on them, because they can say they're fine, but like most of us, we all say we're fine, but we may or may not be. So I would ask that people do vote for this article to be on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion on the warrant article? All right. All those in favor of placing Article 41 on the ballot, please raise your red cards. Thank you. Opposed, the blue cards? All right, it will go on the warrant as presented. Article 42, petition, Tri-County Community Action, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $12,010 for the operation of Tri-County Community Action Programming service programs in Littleton. Transportation, energy assistance, weatherization, guardianship, Head Start, homeless intervention and prevention, disaster relief, Tamworth Dental Center by petition. Estimated tax impact of 1.7 cents per thousand, not recommended by the Board of Selectmen 0 to 3 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. All right, the article is open for discussion if anybody would like to discuss.
Courtney Bowler. I just wanted to include a little bit more information if anyone here is unaware of the services provided by Tri-County CAP out of Littleton. In general, some background information. They are stewards of public funds. They are a private nonprofit organization governed by a board of directors. Of that board, at least 1/3 of its representative members are low-income people. So the people that they are serving are on that board. It is a multi-purpose social service and advocacy agency. Community action agencies were established by the federal government in 1964 to combat poverty in geographically designated areas. They leverage available local, state, private, and federal resources to assist low-income individuals and families through their programs to achieve economic self-sufficiency. Their priorities are early childhood development and education through Head Start and their participation in coalitions that support early childhood-focused programs. Support for healthy aging through Senior Meals, Service Links, Senior Wheels, RSVP, advocacy, and coalitions. Economic security and opportunity through fuel and electric assistance programs, weatherization, guardianship, homeless services, and workforce development. Building safer, healthier, and more accessible communities through domestic and sexual violence intervention programs, substance use disorder support services, Tamworth Dental Center, Tri-County Transit, and participation in statewide coalitions, advocacy, local service delivery networks, and community initiatives. According to their 2018 annual report, Littleton is the service site for 5 out of 9 offered services by Tri-County CAP. These are Head Start, Workplace Success, Workforce Training, Fuel Assistance Program, Electrical Assistance Program, Weatherization, Homeless Intervention, and Tri-County Transit. This petition is not recommended by the Select Board, but other organizations which provide similar services were recommended by the Select Board. Considering that Littleton is facing more homelessness, drug-related emergencies, old and inefficient housing stock, single-family homes and converted homes to apartments, and an aging population, I cannot understand the reason for the lack of support for this petition. Please consider voting yes tonight and in March in support of these necessary GAP services not provided by the town or state. I also would recommend that you speak with your families and friends to share what you've learned here tonight and encourage Littleton residents to vote yes in March.
Katie Masters, Littleton. I have a twofold comment to make here. My sister, her name is Sarah Masters LaFlemme, runs the Senior Meals Program for Tri-County CAP out of the Colebrook office. They're consistently understaffed. They are consistently underpaid. It is a program that suffers to bring in good help because they're unable to properly fund themselves. They stretch themselves as far as they possibly can on a regular basis, year to year, and it's continually gotten worse over time. I also work at AHEAD. I work in our home ownership center. I'm the first point of contact when people call needing help with their housing situations, whether it's foreclosure, electricity assistance, not having any heat in their homes. I have heard every single kind of story you can possibly imagine from people all over the state and especially in our community. And I'd just like to say that Tri-County CAP is an essential nonprofit in our region. It's essential for the town of Littleton, and continuing to fund it as best as we possibly can is the best way that we can move forward in continuing to provide for our community members, especially our families and our seniors who are struggling to make ends meet as time goes on. Thank you.
Peter Ilgenfritz, a Littleton resident. Sir,
can you just repeat your name so the town clerk can?
Peter Ilgenfritz, Littleton resident. Sure, it's ILGENFRITZ.
Thank you.
At the First Congregational Church in Littleton, where I serve as pastor, we depend on our partnership with Tri-County Community Action. As many other faith-based communities here in our community, we have folks that call us every week, every day, seeking assistance with heating, with housing, and a host of concerns. As one little organization in town, we'd have no ability to coordinate care, to see about continuance of service, to see where else are they serving for care. And so we depend on our relationship with Tri-County CAP to provide those services. We not only refer people there, but we also as a community have provided support for their weatherization community. So just saying that they provide things that we as individuals in the community can't provide, and we are thankful for their service.
Ron Bolt, citizen. Real quickly, could somebody from the Board of Selectmen describe their lack of support for this article?
If you want to stand up.
So one of the things we considered with stuff like this is where they're getting other funds, and we're trying to keep the tax rate down in Littleton. So there's some stuff that we were just going over and trying to trim it as much as we could to make the taxes not go up. So, you know, with all the funding they're getting from the county and everything else, that's why I made my decision.
Thank you.
Just a final comment. That is the case that Roger described for Grafton County Senior Citizen Council as well, which had full support.
Right, is there any other discussion on the article? All right, all those in favor of placing the article as presented, please raise your red card. You guys are getting right ahead of me. All right, red cards down, blue cards if you don't want it on. All right, the red cards have it. It will go on as presented. Article 43 by petition, Amanuenset Community Health Services, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 for Amanuenset Community Health Services, Inc., ACHS. ACHS is a nonprofit community health center that provides primary preventative health care to anyone regardless of their ability to pay. This will help ACHS continue to provide high-quality care to 1,897 current Littleton patients, as well as reach more of those in need by petition. Estimated tax impact of 2.1 cents per thousand, not recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 0 to 3 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee, 7 to 0 to 0. Is there any discussion on the article?
I would just like to say, well, I've never used Amanuenset. I know some of those that do. I also know that in my 5 years in this town, I have gone through as many as 5 primary care providers at the Littleton Primary Care, or North Country Primary Care. There's a serious lack of primary care providers in this community. We need to encourage as many as we can to make sure that our entire community gets primary care. And if Amanuenset can't hire people, then they're not going to come up here.
I'm Melissa Norris, speaking on behalf of Amanuenset Community Health Services. We are a nonprofit organization that was founded in 1975. ACHS delivers quality health care to everyone regardless of their ability to pay. ACHS currently provides primary care and behavioral health care for roughly 1,900 Littleton residents. Town appropriations would assist Amanuenset with furthering our vision and dental voucher programs, which assist ACHS patients who income qualify to receive vouchers for oral health and dental care needs, along with a vision program that assists patients with the cost of vision exams and glasses. The funds would also assist with our medication access and patient navigation services by assisting patients with access to medications that they would otherwise not be able to afford. Our navigation services assist patients with social determinants of health, such as transportation to medical appointments or services that they need, connecting patients with resources for homelessness, food insecurity, and insurance access, along with many other barriers that affect our patients' overall health and wellness. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other discussion on the warrant article? Oh, here we go.
Good news, I can truncate what I prepared because she covered a bunch of it. So I just want to add a little bit of background information as well for anyone who might think that Littleton is the only town petitioned for an appropriation. I reached out to Amanuenset, and they confirmed that they do reach out to 21 towns out of the 26 communities where patients served reside. And the appropriations requested range between $250,000 to $15,000. And the amount that's requested is determined by the size of the town and the number of patients served from that town, so as to be a fair request made to each town. She said the amount of Littleton residents, about 1,900. Just for comparison purposes, that's more than the average voter turnout for the annual town meeting in March. Yeah, so please consider voting yes tonight and in March to support this vital service to this community. If you are not in favor for supporting organizations with tax appropriations when they have other revenue sources, please consider visiting their website or send by mail a tax-deductible donation. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of placing the article on the warrant as presented, you've all got your yes cards up. Thank you. Any no's, you can now put your card up. All right, the yeses have it. Article 43 will go on as presented. Article 44, petition Boys and Girls Club to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $11,000 to support the Boys and Girls Club of the North Country in order to provide a healthy, safe, and productive after-school and vacation camp environment for children from Littleton and the local community. The club provides business from the Littleton School to the club for the after-school program, which alone costs $18,000 a year by petition. Estimated tax impact is 1.5 cents per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 1 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 5 to 2 to 0. Is there any discussion on the article?
There, Frank Gramo.
Yeah, Frank, why don't you come up to the microphone so everyone can hear you, Frank?
Frank Gramo, a Littleton native. Are these guys affiliated with anybody? Like another religious group?
I'll let someone from the organization, if you want to answer that. Sandy, come up to the microphone.
Hi, folks. Sandy Brackett, Executive Director, Boys and Girls Club of the North Country. No, we are not affiliated at all.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you. All right. Are there any other, anyone else looking to discuss the warrant article? All right. Seeing none. All those in favor of putting it on the warrant, put your red cards up. All right. Thank you. Those opposed, put your blue card up. All right. The ayes have it. It will go on as presented. Article 45, by petition, North Country Home Health and Hospice, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $21,500 for the purpose of supporting hospice, home health, palliative, and long-term care services provided by North Country Home Health and Hospice by petition. Estimated tax impact is 3 cents per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 1 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. All right, we'll open it up to discussion.
Hi, my name is Rennie Anderson. I'm the Senior Manager of Philanthropy and Community Engagement at North Country Home Health and Hospice Agency. And we offer a suite of services from our interdisciplinary team, including physicians, nurse practitioners, nurses, social workers, home aides, spiritual counselors, and volunteers, addressing not only physical but emotional and spiritual needs, no matter what form they take. Personalizing care to each patient, focusing on quality of life and personal goals. In Littleton in 2023, we served 25 patients on our long-term and palliative care programs, making 680 visits. 140 patients on our home health program, making over 2,600 visits, and 57 patients on our hospice care program, visiting those patients over 3,200 times, meaning we were in homes in Littleton over 6,480 times in 365 days. Notably, along with our service lines, we also partnered with our affiliates at North Country Healthcare to begin a non-for-profit home medical equipment store after it became clear that there was a supply shortage as well as service issues restricting our ability to get equipment like beds, wheelchairs, and oxygen into the homes of our sickest patients. Today, we are able to ensure our hospice patients get the equipment they need to stay in their home within days instead of weeks, drastically improving quality of life for your friends and neighbors. Having our own home medical supply line allowed us to control quality and costs. We rely on funding from communities like Littleton to ensure all of our patients get the care they deserve wherever they call home. We continue to commit to providing quality care to all and also ensure our hospice patients and their families never see a bill before or after death. Your support makes this possible, and we are incredibly grateful for your support. With this funding, we're able to continue our service as well as provide community education about important matters from advanced directives to end-of-life care. Thank you.
Well, I know there's a couple of you that would like to speak, so.
Linda Warden, I just have a question about the biggest issue is not so much the equipment, but getting it in and out of the house. And are you going to provide that service?
Yes, we're so proud to be providing that service. We've started with our hospice patients because we do not want to unroll a program that we can't sustain and have to take it away. Our current rate of time from admission to equipment in-home is 48 hours, and we commit to 48 hours on pickup as well because we don't want anyone to have to sit with that equipment after it's no longer needed. Thank you.
All right. Is there further discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of placing the article on the warrant? All right, thank you for putting those up. Anyone opposed to putting it on the warrant, you can now put your blue card up. All right, the ayes have it. The article will go as presented. Article 46. Petition, White Mountain Mental Health and Northern Human Services, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $9,696 for White Mountain Mental Health, recognizing that untreated mental illness results in loss of productivity at work, disruption to families and children, risk to the community, and loss of life through suicide. Treatment works, but only if it is available and affordable. By petition. Estimated tax impact is 1.3 cents per thousand. Not recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 1 to 2 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 7 to 0 to 0. Is there any discussion?
Hi, I'm Jenny Wackerly, and I'm the clinical director of White Mountain Mental Health, and I live in Littleton. And we provide services to adults and children. And some of the things we do are therapy and case management and what we call functional supports, which means people going out to visit people in their homes. We have an assertive treatment team that services our most needy clients. We do groups, and we also do emergency services, which means somebody that's having an acute mental health crisis. And so it really helps us so much to have this money because lots of folks, we provide services obviously to people regardless of what their insurance is going to pass or what insurance they may have. And a lot of people are either uninsured or underinsured, or they have a big co-payment. And so one of the reasons I like working at this agency is, number one, because we can provide such an array of care, but number two, because we can help someone in an emergency because they're in need and not because of what their insurance says. And if I have someone in my office and their copay is $40 and they might say to me, well, I can't come back because I can't pay this $40, then I can have someone in my agency do a sliding scale fee and also waive their bill so that they can come and see me in therapy because that's going to avoid them from having another mental health crisis down the road. And oftentimes it prevents a lot more expensive care if they can come to therapy. So I've seen this in action, and it's one of the reasons I like working at the agency because we really do help people. Sometimes it is $40 at a time so that they can come to therapy even if it's every other week or once a month versus not at all. And also a lot of folks have insurances that don't cover emergency services. And it's really important for us to provide those services when someone's in an emergency, and that we have a huge deficit always every year for the services that are not covered, but that we are very happy to provide. So thank you for considering giving us a little bit of help.
What are your other sources of funding?
Well, we have a contract with the state, and we also, when people come in with insurance, we are able to take insurance, whether it's from Medicare or Medicaid or a private insurance. But a lot of times it doesn't pay the whole thing. And so this money just goes to help, people that don't, we're not allowed to meet the cost of their care. But, and then our uncompensated care, is tens of thousands of dollars a year, and this just is a nice contribution to that for us. Any other questions? I think mental health care is so important, and of course I believe in that myself, but we all, at one point of our life, whether it's, for a depression or anxiety or for something a little more impactful like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or trauma-related illness, many of us do need to seek care, and everyone deserves care. And it's an issue that I'm sure most of us have in our lives somewhere, whether it's ourselves or a family or friend or somewhere in our family. So I think it's really important to support, and thank you for considering.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Saladay. I'm a resident of Littleton, New Hampshire. I've been an educator for over 20 years. And I've been an educator in this area for just over 3. My job for the past 3 years has been educating students in an alternative program, picking up students from Lisbon, Littleton, Profile High School, and also all of the other areas in the northern 50% of the state. In those 3 years, I've dealt with no fewer than 5 mental health emergencies in my classroom, and that's not even outside of the classroom and what's happening in the home. The last one happened, I'm trying to think, about a year ago, and I had a student who could not get in to see a counselor. He could not find an emergency mental health professional that was available or was taking patients at the time. I think we are severely underfunded in this area, and I think that is one of the greatest ways that we could improve our community is by supporting our mental health. Thank you.
Courtney Bowler. Thank you to the other speakers. You made my job easy. Northern Human Services, they're a nonprofit organization, and it's one of 2 agencies in the state designated as a service provider for both developmental services and mental health services. During a time where homelessness, addiction, and mental health crises are all interconnected and plaguing our community, having these services available nearby, accessible and affordable, are critical for the economic well-being of this town. I urge attendees to vote yes tonight and in March to support the funding of these very much needed services, which can benefit any and everyone. If you do not support this article and its tax appropriation, I urge you to consider making a tax-deductible donation directly to their organization. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the article? Seeing none, all those in favor of placing Article 46 as presented? Got your red cards. Thank you. You put those down. Anyone opposed? Blue cards. All right, the yeses have it. It'll go on as presented. All right, Article 47 by petition. Second Chance Animal Rescue, Inc. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to support the Second Chance Animal Rescue, Inc., which is a nonprofit organization that provides care and shelter for abused cats and kittens. Second Chance also sponsors monthly low-cost spay-neuter clinics for both dogs and cats, as well as shot clinics in the spring, fall, by petition. Estimated tax impact is 0.7 cents per thousand. Not recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 0 to 3 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 5 to 0 to 2. All right, if anyone would like to speak.
I'm here to lighten things up. I'm going to talk about cats.
Can we have your name first?
Yes, Mary Northrop Littleton. So I'd like to share with you a few reasons to vote yes on warrant Article 47. Since February 2011, 6,621 low-cost spay-neuter surgeries have been done, 830 of those in 2023. From January 2010 to February 2024, 3,060 cats have been taken in from a variety of situations: abandonment, owner surrendered, stray, and feral, many not spayed or neutered. For example, 3 adolescent male and 4 adolescent female cats were trapped and brought to the shelter. The average female can have 3 litters of approximately 4 kittens per year, Those 4 females could have produced 48 kittens by the end of 2024 if left outdoors unaltered. They have all been altered and have been adopted into good homes. The shelter works with police departments in rescue efforts, for example, cats abandoned by tenants when they move and hoarding situations. They provide cat and dog food to local food banks when possible and host low-cost shot clinics. Second Chance thanks the kind-hearted people of Littleton for your generosity in the past, and your ongoing support would be much appreciated.
Second Chance, Courtney, sorry. Second Chance Animal Rescue is a 501c3 nonprofit that does not receive federal or state funding support. It relies entirely upon donations and fundraising to operate their shelter and offer affordable pet care options. They offer low-cost spay and neuter clinics and shot clinics for both cats and dogs, which support responsible pet ownership. Offering these services at an affordable cost are important to the overall health of our community. Please consider voting yes tonight and in March to support the funding for these services. If you do not support this article and its tax appropriation, I urge you to consider making a tax-deductible donation directly to their organization. Thank you.
I'm Mary Menzies from Littleton, just liven it up to get a different voice up here. You know, this is money out of the taxpayer's pocket, but I would guess that the spaying, neutering probably saves us money ultimately in our animal control budget. Pardon? We don't have an animal control budget. Well, all the more reason for supporting this.
All right. Oh, we got some more discussion. Hold on.
So I've been a volunteer at SCAR for over 2 years now. It's a joy. I do it every week. I do it because animals are amazing, and I had kitten fever and couldn't get another cat, so decided to volunteer my time. They're always looking for volunteers. It's almost entirely volunteer-based. They only have 2 people on like regular staff. And if you've ever been in it, it's an old farmhouse. It needs so much work, and the people there work tirelessly. The wait times for the spay-neuter clinics, especially for dogs, is exorbitantly long. We're looking at almost a year out for a lot of for the dogs. The cats, they can get in and out much faster. We're severely lacking in veterinary services in the region. It prevents a lot of cats from being adopted out, but it also prevents a lot of people from being able to access regular care, even if they do have a veterinary, a vet that they regularly see for their animals. So it's a very impactful organization, very dedicated people, and I just would really love to see us continue to support the organization going further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? All those in favor of placing the article as presented, please put your red cards up. We've got them. All right. Anyone opposed? All right. The ayes have it. It'll go on as presented. All right. That concludes our nonprofit articles that we considered out of order. So if you'll flip your warrant to the first page, we will start with Article 1. Is a heads up, Articles 1, 2, and 3. We have a point of order, I believe.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a motion to go out of order for Article 48, 49, 50, and 51.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to consider Articles 48 through 51 out of order, which means they would be next. Is there a second to that motion? All right, we have a motion by Courtney Bowler and a second by Katie Masters. Is there any discussion on that? All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor of considering those articles out of order, please put your red cards up. All right, I have 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 29, yes. And all those opposed? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. I have 29 yes and 20 no's, so we will now consider those out of order. Article 48. And I do, as a heads up, I do have an amendment that's been proposed to change the time on this. So again, what I will do is I will read this warrant article, and then I will read the amendment that is being proposed. And so before we start discussion on the article, we will start discussion on the amendment. Article 48, petition, intent to place a no overnight camping ordinance on town-owned property. To see if the town will vote to create and enforce an ordinance for no overnight camping on town-owned properties. Purpose. The purpose of this ordinance is to provide for the safe and efficient use of public properties within the town of Littleton. Public health, safety, and quiet enjoyment of public properties are important to the quality of life for residents and visitors. Public properties use regulation. Public property use regulation is allowed under New Hampshire RSA 31:39 and its subsections. Camping of town property. It shall be unlawful to camp without written permission from the Board of Selectmen or their designee on the following properties owned by the town of Littleton: any parks, municipal parking lots, public streets, town-owned properties, or town green spaces. Camping is defined as any activity that involves an overnight stay, whether sheltered or unsheltered, or within an automobile, camper, or other vehicle. Whether an overnight stay occurs, activities commonly associated with the preparation for an overnight stay are also included in this definition. The period of time defined as an overnight stay shall mean 1/2 hour after sunset until half an hour prior to sunrise on any given day. Exemptions. This prohibition specifically exempts persons or organizations that have obtained prior written permission by the Board of Selectmen or their designee to camp in a specific area for a specific time and period. All permission by the Board of Selectmen or their designee to camp in a specific area for a specific time period. All permissible camping will follow carry-in, carry-out guidelines when camping on town of Littleton property. Penalties. The penalty for a violation of this chapter shall be a fine of $100 for the first offense. For any second or subsequent violation within a 12-month period, the fine shall be $250. This shall be enforced by the Littleton Police Department by petition. Estimated tax impact none, not recommended by Board of Selectmen, 1 to 1 to 1. Now the amendment that I have will change the section that says half hour after sunset until half hour prior to sunrise on any given day. It'll change that language from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I have, Mr. Marvin is making that motion. Is that correct, Mr. Marvin? All right, is there a second to that motion, to the amendment? All right, I have Frank Gramo made the second to that motion for the amendment. We can now open the amendment up to discussion. Mr. Marvin, would you like to come up and explain the reason for the amendment?
Yeah. Rodney Marvin. No, it's already illegal to camp in the state of New Hampshire, RSA 236:58. I'm just giving the police a little authority to make it easier for them to move on in Littleton.
Okay, and it's specific to the amendment, the reason for the time, the change of the amendment?
The Littleton Police Department asked for that.
Okay.
It's easier to enforce.
Okay. Thank you for that. Anything else you'd like to add regarding the amendment?
Now, has anybody got any questions for me?
All right, well, first we'll discuss, we'll work on the amendment, and then the overall article we can look at after that.
All right.
All right, would anyone else like to speak regarding the amendment?
Rudy Joseph, Littleton, New Hampshire. I truly believe, that this Article 48 is showing...
Rudy?
What?
Are you speaking regarding the amendment or the article? Right now, we're just talking about the amendment.
The amendment was to change the time from 10...
Yeah, that's what we're discussing, the time
10
right now.
o'clock to 6 in the morning, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, the amendment of the time, not of, right now, not the article, just the amendment of the time. Is that what you want to speak on?
Yeah, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with, my paisano with that because actually, if somebody's homeless, he can use all the territory that he wants, from even after 10 o'clock at night to 6 in the morning with no, he doesn't have to worry about to pay a fine, $100, $250. That's my belief because the terrain, Littleton belongs to everybody, not just to us taxpayers. That doesn't mean, that 10 o'clock at night to 6 in the morning, I don't accept that. Just,
All right, thank you. Is there other discussion regarding the amendment?
Yeah, I still want to talk about
Oh, you still talking? Oh, you want to talk about the article afterwards? Yeah. Okay, but right now we're on the amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? All right. So again, the amendment is changing Article 48, the section that says half hour after sunset until half hour prior to sunrise on any given day, to the wording of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. All those in favor of the amendment, please hold your cards up and say yeah, for a yes. All right. All those against the amendment, please put your card up and say no. Or you can just say, you don't have to say no. All right. So the article is amended to the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. time frame. Now we can open up general discussion on the warrant article.
Lilo Reinstein, Littleton. I'm not sure I agree with the fact that there's no impact to, no tax impact, because what I see is the police officers will now be too busy moving people away from wherever they happen to be after 10 p.m. Before 6 a.m. instead of doing the rest of their job. It's not like we have an overflow of police officers. And if we have an emergency and they're so busy moving people off of some point of rock sitting in the water that they may not be able to save a life. I also want everyone here to consider the humanity of pushing people around who have no place to live. They, if they're creating problems, that may be a different thing. But if they're camped in a quiet area, we're just going to push them along. They're going to go they're going to go deeper, further into places where they'll never be found. They're going to go more into vacant buildings, vacant homes, because they have to have a place to live. They have no place to live. We have a housing shortage here, and we have no shelters, or very few shelters for people to go to. So those are my two basic concerns.
Rudy Chelsea. Instead of putting this Article 48 and, scare people to really, overnight in a park that belongs to the town or little town, why don't the town doesn't build a shelter? They can build a shelter and let these poor people, especially tonight that it's cold or whatever it is. This Article 48, I recommend everybody to just vote no because it doesn't make any sense at all, And, with all respect for the police, that they got to go over there, they got to take care of everything that's going on, They are human beings too. People got no money, people got no place to go. They can stay any place that they want. Thank you.
We actually have a line of people coming. Oh.
Linda Warden.
Hold on, Linda, there were a few people, I think, lined up behind you.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No.
I wasn't trying to cut line, but this is a humanitarian issue, and they don't have somewhere else to go. And some of them do have mental health issues that make it hard for them to be in group homes. And I just think this is an unkind way to deal with these people. And they're not on our streets panhandling. And I think we could support them better. And they certainly aren't going to have any money to pay these fines. And that's ridiculous. So I hope that you will vote no on this. Thank you.
All right.
I'm Greg Darling, Littleton. At a prior selectmen's meeting, one of the residents of the facility that we're talking about came and pointed out that he's out there because his income does not allow him to pay the rents that he would have to pay in order to survive month to month in here.
Point of order, I don't think it's appropriate to speak about individual citizens.
Well, why not?
No, that this has been at a previous meeting, and there's no specific names issued.
And this fellow is, I mean, he's not there because he has to be, and the police, I know, are involved in knowing where these people are and helping them out and seeing that they get services. And if we move them, as is pointed out already, we're going to run into situations where a lot of these people will disappear and they won't get the services that they're probably getting now. So I think we should vote no on this.
Mike Saladay, Littleton resident. I like to teach my students to make decisions with logic and compassion. And I think the logic doesn't fit. If we chase people away from where they are currently calling home, then we are going to spend more time chasing than we could helping. Likewise, if we lead with compassion, like folks before me have said, if we had shelters, if we had affordable housing, if we had other policies in place of this to help the folks who either can't afford to or have not found a place to live, then we wouldn't need to even consider this amendment or this article. So I would vote no. Thank you.
Oh, Tom, if you just, I think there's a couple people that are.
Hi, Calvin Bollier, Littleton. So I know a lot of people have mentioned people who are homeless. One of the things I also wanted to talk about is kind of the unintended consequences of some of the language in my reading of this petition warrant article, and how this could affect people who aren't homeless. And one of the things that sticks out to me is it talks about overnight stay, whether within an automobile. And considering, there's people who are not necessarily homeless, which might need to overnight in an automobile for a certain reason. We're on I-93. What if somebody's driving through, they're very sleepy, they're very tired, they pull off into one of our municipal parking lots as like a rest area to get some sleep. Oh, it's after 10 o'clock. Now they're getting fined. Or what if someone's in a domestic violence situation? It's 3 in the morning, they need to get out, they need to get home, and where are they gonna go? They don't know anybody in the area. Maybe they're possibly in a town-owned property waiting until sunrise until they can call someone and get some help or something like that. And then we have a lot of tourism. There's a lot of people I see, they have campers and the like, maybe they're driving through, maybe they're not. Are they going to be able to park here? Are they going to be able to park there? So the types of people this warrant article could affect are not necessarily homeless people. The second aspect to the unintended consequences that this could have in addition to, let's see, Oh, well, the other unintended consequence. This mentions town-owned property, and I think it was kind of hinted at earlier. It talks about driving people further off the beaten path. Well, this says nothing at all about state-owned property. Presumably, the state will police its own property, but there's also private property. So in a lot of towns which have adopted similar things, what's happened is absentee homeowners, absentee landowners, maybe areas where somebody owns hundreds of acres, some corporation owns hundreds of acres that's out of state. They don't realize that a certain camp is in a certain area. They haven't taken the steps to remove these people due to trespass or squatting or what have you. So this could cause knock-on effects, you know, for just regular property owners. So considering the intention here, I totally get and understand, you know, that, hey, there's this dire social need that needs to be addressed. I just really think the unintended consequences of this particular warrant article would outweigh any of the possible benefits. So for that reason, I hope people vote this down.
Regina Bowler, citizen of Littleton. Actually, Calvin just named a number of the issues, but I'd like to say I'm definitely opposed to this. Not only is it unkind, but it exemplifies an attitude of not in our backyard and further gentrification of our community. There are better ways to help these people, and if they had the $100 for the fine, they would have paid $100 for the room somewhere. It's only going to push the problem onto somebody else. And I think we're a community of people that are more compassionate and social-minded than that.
Bruce Hadlock, how much money is in the budget for the town for vagrancies and stuff of this nature on it? How much did we spend last year and how much is appropriated this year?
$168,000 last year, $114,000 on motel rooms.
I think the public should know that our community is paying these people come into the town office, and we have a lady that handles that, and she makes the judgments on the basis of helping the people out of the thing on it. So we do pay things for people out of it from that part, in motels and staying in different places and stuff like this on it. Not to try to give them an open checkbook pertaining to, I don't know how it relates to this other thing on it from that part, but I could see it. I mean, if the three people decided that they were going to allow them to be parked on the library lawn, how'd you like that one on it? Or the Parks Department up there on it. If the selectmen turn around and give these things out, it could happen. So I think you should stand with what you have here, making it as an ordinance out of the thing on it from that part. Because we are paying a lot of money out, and I don't think people realize how much we're paying in motels and stuff like that. A couple of years ago, it was like $65,000. It's now up to almost $200,000 that we're paying out.
2 years ago, it was $209,000 on hotel rooms.
Tom Alt. Like so many of these petitioned articles, it helps us sitting in this room tonight, I think, to I appreciate I'm going home to a warm house, no leaky roof, food in the cupboard, all these things. But we talk about unintended consequences. Calvin mentioned it. As I speak as a member of the Conservation Commission, we have areas like the Dells, we have the Eatontown Forest, we have the Pine Hill area, not so much Kilburn Crags, because as desperate as I might be to find a place to sleep at night, I don't think I'm going to go up on Kilburn Crags. The issue still remains that how do you parse out, you either enforce this RSA or you don't enforce it. I'm not sure how you would pick and choose, but as Conservation Commission members, we are pretty much sworn to uphold certain standards on these lands. Some of them come through, for instance, Benjamin Kilburn's specific requests that came through Actually, his son-in-law, Daniel Remick, back in 1916. So I know Calvin lives right at the edge of the Pine Hill lands, and what happens if one of these folks pitches a tent in your backyard? Or what happens with the... Oh, no, Pine Hill is town property.
You said backyard.
Okay.
All right, can we just have it towards the moderator, please?
Yeah. The Dells, certainly an area where everyone goes for peace and contemplation and so forth. Certainly also close enough to convenience stores and that type of thing that someone might need to go to pick up supplies. The Eatontown Forest, if you live on Timber Lane, if you live on Hill Street, if you live on Richmond Street, all these areas. So I hope nobody thinks I'm playing the Grinch here, because I have complete empathy for this situation that we're in with these folks that don't have a place to call home. But at the same time, I have to say that the commission would be asking for some police action if we had this type of thing happening within the middle of the Dells, for instance. So I'm just bringing up that point. Thank you.
Frank Graham, a Littleton native. Are we a nation of laws? Doesn't the state say no? It's the law, right?
If it is the law, we don't need this article. If it's the law that these people can't be there, this article is unnecessary. If it's not the law, and if it's the choice of this town, we need to decide whether we want to put a law in place, if we're going to be a nation of laws, that's harmful to apparently, and I didn't even notice the part that was about could be about visitors, but it could be lots of people, you know, these people who go around in their little vans and they set them up like campers, right? So they can't stop and park anywhere in town? Or they have to check and make sure that it's not a...
Let's let the person talk. If you have a
Well,
comment,
maybe
get in line.
Walmart, and they do stop there, but I mean, if you come in off of the 41, exit 41, do they know? Are these labeled? Every piece of town property is not labeled, so that it's clear that it is town property. And we are going to not only prevent and just, I guess, move out the homeless so that they'll go hide in vacant homes, deeper into the woods, possibly do damage because they get desperate. Who knows what's going to happen? Right now, we've had this problem for a while. It's, thanks to Chief Smith, it's kind of a work in progress, but there's at least, that I know of, there's no actually real problems occurring in town. And if someone wants to, you know, park a tent someplace and they create a mess, then there's other things that they can move them on with. But if they're just people trying to survive, like the rest of us do, we're just lucky. It could be any of us that ends up on the street at any time, for any reason. Thank you.
Everything has pretty much been said, but I'd just like to surmise it with my prepared statement. The article as presented is equivalent to homeless encampment sweeps, displacing those who already are without. Furthermore, the proposed penalties for violations are inequitable to those likely to be subject to this ordinance, primarily the homeless individuals. The effects of this ordinance, if it were to be accepted as presented tonight, is targeting a marginalized segment of the community and would incur higher demands and costs of the police department delegated to enforce this ordinance. I urge those in attendance to make or accept an amendment to this ordinance to either reduce the fine penalties or identify specific properties to apply and post the ordinance. If this article is accepted unamended, please vote no in March.
Okay, in response to driving
state your
through
name?
town,
Please.
Rod Marvin,
I'm sorry.
Littleton. In response to visiting town, you're more than welcome to stay at a rest area. It's perfectly legal. It's what it is. It's a rest area. It's made for your car. Walmart, you can stay in your camper. You can stay at your camper in the rest area also, or any piece of private property with permission. We're trying to promote the rail trail. That's where I'm at here. That's a state trail. It's littered with homeless encampments. There's trash all over the place. There's feces all over the place. There's toilet paper floating down the Ammonoosuc River. We spent $114,000 on motel rooms last year. So anybody's more than welcome to buy an apartment building for these people and help them. I'll pitch in. But we've got to do something about it, and the police need a tool to be able to take care of this. Thank you.
All discussion towards the moderator, please.
Andy Kilmer from Littleton. I'm on the side with Rod Marvin on this. There's also been where you're finding drug needles in dugouts and at the parks and stuff where the kids hang out in this town the next day, and they're not, sometimes Patrick's able to get there and get it cleaned up before they get there. You know, other times it's been missed. So it is a problem. So,
Katie Masters, Littleton. I've spoken already tonight about the fact that I work at a head. I've been working closely with New Hampshire Housing to disperse $40 million in funds that the state received from the federal government from one of the COVID relief packages to help homeowners stay in their homes. We're talking about people, like most of you in this room, who own their home and have suddenly become in a situation where they cannot sustain their housing situation. These are people who often are still working, have suddenly lost family members, have suddenly lost their jobs, who are desperately trying to make ends meet. We are much closer to them than we are to Bill Gates. This issue is going to get worse. The money is going to run out next month. Tax deedings are going to skyrocket. Foreclosures are going to skyrocket. Foreclosures are going to be hitting family units more than anyone else. So not only are we going to be facing a situation where the unhoused are single adults, which is for the most part what we're seeing right now, but we're going to be facing families on the street. I'm talking long-term here. I'm talking 3 years down the road, 10 years down the road. This problem has been something that we have been pushing off since COVID hit, and it's going to be coming to a head. We need to have compassion for these people. The people who are living on the rail trail were provided trash bags by the police, and it was never picked up. So they had been trying to keep themselves clean and had no way to bring that trash to a proper facility for disposal. I don't know what you expect these people to do. Not to mention the fact that if we're spending this money on motels and we're not letting them stay where they are now, that cost is going to significantly rise because we will need to house them. As per state ordinance, we will have to house those people, which means that the cost that you guys are complaining about is going to get significantly worse by approving this article. It doesn't make sense. These people are desperately trying to survive. They can't wash themselves. They don't have a place to go to the bathroom. They don't have access to phones. They don't have access to community networks besides those of us who have been constantly providing mutual aid to them. People can't even get their IDs if they don't have a physical address. They can't send it to a P.O. box. It has to go to a physical address. So they can't even get on the ground floor to try to fix their issues. We are constantly blocking the potential of them to get out of the position that they're in. And now we want to make it so they have no place to sleep at night when they already don't have a place to sleep at night. This is asinine. It is ridiculous. It's inhumane. It's cruel. And I urge you to vote against it.
I just have one point. This
Can you state
blaming,
your name, please?
Lilo Reinstein. Blaming the homeless for the needles found wherever you find them is really shameful unless you have evidence to prove that those specific needles were left there by the homeless. We know we have a drug problem in this town. We know that it's amongst the people who reside in this town. Yes, some of the people who do not reside here may use drugs. But we know, and it just happened a few weeks ago, that town residents are dying because of drugs. So don't blame the homeless for all of your ails.
All right, is there more discussion?
Steve Height, I'd like to make a motion to move the question.
All right, we have a motion to...
Is that what you were going to do?
No, not exactly.
We do have a motion to move the question, but we will let everybody in the queue speak first.
Do you have
as
no
we-
second yet, or do you have a second?
No.
Steve Kelly, this gentleman with the briefcase up here is here for a reason.
This is town council.
There's, I think, a limitation on what this meeting tonight can do with regards to this article. I mean, it's a petition warrant article.
Well,
we're not going to eliminate it. Voting no against it
Correct.
will have no weight. So it's going to go on the ballot.
As a point of clarification, we've done it as a tradition to vote to put these onto the ballot.
Which basically is ending discussion.
Exactly. That's a tradition that we've had for decades here in Littleton. And that's what your vote is when you're putting, when I say to put it on the ballot as presented or as amended.
Yeah.
But rest assured, every single article that is on this warrant will be on the warrant in March. Some of them may be amended for tonight, or if we meet on Thursday,
Yeah.
but every single article will be on the warrant. It's just a customary tradition to give people a chance to have discussion and make sure what they're currently discussing is what they want presented.
Can this article be amended this form or not?
This article can be amended.
But the intent can't be
The intent
changed.
cannot be changed.
Correct. Only money or whatever can be changed?
There's slight wording that could be changed. There is, and you can correct me if I'm missing anything, but the intent cannot be changed. You know, this can't be changed to raise money for a fire truck, for instance. Has to stay on this
Okay.
topic.
So I mean,
And you can't eliminate the subject, essentially.
You can eliminate the subject? Can't. Right, okay. Well, anyway, I guess the point is, I mean, obviously, there's been some very good discussion here, and there's a huge need. I can certainly understand Rod's concern, because, I mean, he's close to it because of where he is, and he sees it more upfront and personal probably than most people do in this town. If this were happening on the front lawn of the library, I think there'd be a lot more people who are concerned about it. The situation needs to be addressed. If you want to see where we're potentially heading 2 or 3 years down the road or 10 years down the road, I guess you just have to look at Manchester, and we could be in that same situation. So the town needs to come up, the town and or the state needs to come up with a means of addressing this, whether we're going to build housing, whether we're going to create a campground that it's going to be a municipal campground where people can go and stay for a certain period of time with some type of oversight. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I don't think that tonight anything that we do here for sure is going to prevent this from continuing as an issue. Thank you.
All right, I do have a motion on the floor to end discussion. Is there a second?
Yes.
All right, we do have a second from Ron Bolt. All those in favor of ending, we will have, there are 2 people in the queue. I have Peter and I have Mrs. Bowler. And after that, we will have the vote on ending discussion. Peter?
This is Peter Cooper. Question of the police chief. Do you need this warrant article to do your job or not? I mean, you're the expert, really. It would be nice to hear from you.
Well, that's a great question. We're not supporting, we're not against the warrant article. If the people vote for this petition warrant article and they're in favor of it, then we'll have to do a workaround. Currently, there isn't one in place, and as you all know, I made it very public that, you know, we have a lot of challenges in our community when it comes to homelessness. I don't think arresting people is a way to address homelessness. Just like we can't arrest ourselves out of a drug epidemic. And this is a combination of both a mental health crisis and a drug epidemic that we're dealing with, the housing shortage that you spoke of. So it's a social issue. And I don't know if this one tool is going to fix everything, if I answer your question. Well, define help, okay? Because we're the ones that are going to have to enforce it if, in fact, this community elects to go forward with it. And then there's an issue of whether the courts are going to find it legal. So you define help. The problem exists, and Mr. Marvin is trying to find a solution. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Bowler?
I'd like to make a motion to amend this petition warrant article, specific to the penalties. May I do that, council?
You can certainly propose an amendment.
Though there is a motion on the floor.
Well, there's a motion to floor, but I'll talk with the legal counsel.
But there's a motion on the floor, we can't. It didn't? I thought it did.
After speaking with legal counsel, we will allow the amendment as she was in the queue before the motion was made. So you can go ahead and propose your amendment.
Thank you. So specific to the penalties sentence, the penalty for violation of this chapter shall be a fine of $1 for the first offense. For any second or subsequent violation within a 12-month period, the fine shall be $2.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Bowler and a second by Ms. Masters to change the fine amounts, the first offense being $1, the second being $2. Is there any discussion regarding the amendments? All right, seeing no one for discussion on the amendments, all those in favor of the amendment to the warrant article, please hold up your red cards and for your yes vote. All right, I have 25 yes. All those opposed, please hold up your blue cards. All right, I have 25 yes and I have 27 no, so the amendment fails.
May I make a second motion for an amendment?
No. Hold on, let me talk to legal counsel. All right. You may make a second motion if you wish.
See if there's options here. So for my final attempt on amending the penalties, The penalty for a first violation would be $10, and the penalty for a second or subsequent violation within a 12-month period shall be $25.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Bowler and a second by Ms. Masters. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Right, now before we go to vote, Roger, would you mind coming up? I just appreciate your help counting, as this is a close count. All right, or at least I envision it being. All right. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please hold up your red card. All right, we have 28 yes. All right, all those opposed, please hold up your blue card. All right, we have 28 yes and 27 no. The amendment passes. All right, so we now have the article amended with the dollar amounts of $10 for the first offense, $25 for the second. We also have a motion on the floor to end discussion.
I do propose a motion regarding location in town properties. It calls out specific properties.
Hold on just a second.
Would it be helpful for you to see it?
State of law.
It's already a state law.
Right, state law.
Hey.
You can't do that.
If it's a state law.
All right, hey, now,
You don't need to vote on it.
discussion will be towards the moderator. All right, Courtney, this will be the last
Yes,
amendment.
yes. Absolutely, I
So
understand.
make sure it's what you want.
Yes, I appreciate your patience.
Okay.
So this is specific to camping on town property. It shall be unlawful to camp without written permission from the select board or their designee on the following properties owned by the town of Littleton. Remick Park, I have the map ID and lots. Would you like those as well?
If you have this in writing,
Yep.
I need that.
Okay. So map ID 70, do you want me to just give you a copy right now?
You can read from it and then
Okay.
deliver it to me.
Point of order, we can't possibly respond to that. She's reading out lot numbers. How are we supposed to react to that?
Well, I'm giving sorry, excuse me, Mr. Marbury. I'm also giving the common name of the locations as well.
Yeah, that'll be permitted. I mean, it's no different than any other piece of property that would be listed on a warrant article that has a parcel map and ID.
But we don't know what she's talking about.
She will explain.
Yeah, if there's questions, I'm happy to explain.
And as soon as you start listing things, you're going to miss something.
Ron, that's enough. Let her finish, and then if you have questions, you can ask afterwards.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. Remick Park, map ID 78-127 and 79-1. Apthorpe Common, map ID 86-43 and 86-30. Stoddard Field, map ID 86-9. Pine Hill Recreation Area, map ID 67-2 and 67-4. Brickyard Field, map ID 57-2. Eaton Town Forest, map ID 68-28 and 68-20. Dells Conservation Area, map ID 64-9. Mount Eustis Ski Hill, map ID 9233. Wheeler Hill Cemetery, map ID 21-2. Carpenter Cemetery, map ID 917. Monroe Road Cemetery, map ID 4022. Wilkins Cemetery, map. I have this written. I can give it to you. I'm still trying to type, so if you can put it a tad bit slower. Just give it to her. Mr. Moderator, may I give it to her?
Why don't we'll finish first, Angie, and then she can bring that up to you.
Point of order, are these to be excluded from the, or included in the article?
These would be the posted town properties that the ordinance would be applied to.
Yeah, she made that in there.
They cannot.
Nice. Oh, you can't.
All right, you can go.
Monroe Road Cemetery, I believe I already said that. Wilkins Road Cemetery, map ID 4732. Clark Cemetery, map ID 244. And Meadow Cemetery, map ID 8213.
All right.
Point of order again, Mr. Moderator.
Hold.
Would it be better to list the properties that are not included?
That's not up for discussion right now. We have a
Once
motion.
you list those, you need to know what isn't there, so somebody can understand what they're voting for and voting against.
I don't think you can change the article at all.
Bruce, you can amend a petitioned article.
You don't know what you're talking
All right, the first thing I'll need, are you done with your motion?
Yes, that was the.
Okay, that's the
list.
motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second by Ray Bowler. All right, we have a motion and a second. Now we can have discussion on the amendment. Courtney, if you could bring that up to Angie. Oh, you did, thank you.
Greg Cook, resident of Littleton. Do you have a list of the town properties that were not on that list?
It was an exhaustive list. I have done adequate research. I do not have the properties that are not included, but that can be easily done with the tax rolls, the property records. It can be included. I just did not prepare that for this evening.
Then I think it's challenging for us to accept this amendment and vote on it if we don't know that there's property missing. In the article, it specifies, I forgot my glasses at my chair, sorry. Any properties owned by Town of Littleton, any parks, municipal parking lots, public streets, town-owned properties, or town green spaces. That covers all the property that you just described in your amendment. What's missing is the article, the properties that weren't in your list, which I think the town needs to know what those are.
So I can only answer to my best guess since I don't have those specific properties in front of me. Most notably, the public library is not included. Water and light property is not included.
They don't have any own. They don't own property.
All right, discussion
The lot
towards the moderator.
located behind water and light, that is not included. But I believe I captured all of the recreational areas that are town-owned properties, including multiple lots in the same areas as of Remick Park. The second lot I listed with Remick Park is the steep slope between Hill Terrace and that lower street. I am blanking at the moment.
See, Kelly, just to be clear, so are you saying that camping would be allowed on the lawn of the library?
If you'd like the Littleton Library included, I can include that. I do not have the map lot and number, but I can get that very quickly.
I think before any type of list like this would be approved, you would really have to have every piece of property identified, and everybody would have to have understanding about what was or wasn't included. I think without some greater detail, we're just going to be opening a quagmire.
John Goodrich. This particular warrant article is getting very complex, and it's being modified on the fly here quite a bit. And I think, and it hasn't involved due process of a proper body to do it together. So I'm very confused about it. I'm not comfortable in voting for it. I can understand some of the reasons of the police wanting some certainty. I get that. But I think in total, it's too ill-conceived and too quick. And just this discussion of the properties makes it very difficult to understand what is, and I know I'm getting a little bit off the amendment, but it's, I just think it's too confusing with too many moving parts, and I would urge to vote against it.
Speaking of the amendment, I noticed that there's a lot of cemeteries that are town-owned property. I understand that there are people that like to go and spend significant time with their, I don't know how to say this, their loved one's plot. And that may be during the day, it may be at night, it may be between 4 and 6 a.m. because they have to go to work right after that. This amendment would outlaw that. But if you simply say all town property and list all these different types of property and all these lots are not specifically posted as town-owned property. If you wander around town, there's a lot of stuff that's not specifically posted.
Move the vote.
So if this is something that we're going to leave the way it is, how are people going to have noticed that they are breaking the law? And that would be an excellent argument to fight any fine. I didn't know I was breaking the law. This is public property? No one told me. At least Courtney's amendment lists places and says they have to be posted. This does not. I don't like so much on the list, particularly, like I said, there are people, and I don't have any family in cemeteries, so I wouldn't go to stay with one, but I do know that there are people that want to do that and like to do that. And we would be essentially telling them that they'll be fined if they do. Unless we're going to make an exception for certain people. But that then is, I thought the law was the law. So I guess we have to do whatever.
Ignorance is no excuse. Vote, vote, vote.
I move that we continue with the
All
vote.
Mr. Merrill, if I could ask your assistance again, please.
And just to clarify, that is a vote on the list without the library.
It's the amendment. All right, we have an amendment. Article 48, the section that's being amended is the fifth line down that starts with camping of town property, and it ends 2 lines down with a sentence that ends in spaces. It will be replacing, the amendment will be replacing that section with the following. Camping of town property. It shall be unlawful to camp without written permission from the select board or the designee on the following properties owned by the town of Littleton. Remick Park, map ID 78127 and 79-1, Apthorpe Common, map ID 8643 and 8630, Stoddard Field, map ID 869, Pine Hill Recreation Area, map ID 67-2 and 67-4, Brickyard Field, map ID 57-2, Eatontown Forest, map ID 6828 and 6820, Dells Conservation Area, map ID 64-9, Mount Eustis Ski Hill, map ID 9233, Willow Hill Cemetery, map ID 21-2, Carpenter Cemetery, map ID 917, Monroe Road Cemetery, map ID 4022, Wilkins Cemetery, map ID 4732, Clark Cemetery, map ID 24-4, and Meadow Cemetery, map ID 82-13. That is the amendment that you are voting on. All those in favor of that amendment, please hold up your red yes card. I think I got this one, I think. All right, all those opposed? All right, the noes have it. The amendment fails. We now will be moving to vote to place this on the warrant with the amendment of the fine amount. All those in favor of posting this on the warrant as amended and moving on to the next article, please put up your yes card. All right, and all the noes, please. All right, the yeses have it. It will be placed on the warrant, and we will now go on to Article 49. Article 49, petition, intent to increase the number of members on Board of Selectmen from 3 to 5. To see if the town of Littleton will vote to increase the number of the Littleton Board of Selectmen from 3 to 5 members by petition. Estimated tax impact is none, and this is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 1 to 2 to 0. Is there any discussion on the article?
I think it's become apparent that there's a lot of people in this town that feel that they're not represented by the select board or within the select board. And looking at the demographics of this town, I don't think that 3 can do it. There are plenty of towns, even smaller than Littleton, that have increased it to 5 that do 2 things. It allows better representation of the population or voters, and it also provides for a better opportunity or chance for a quorum. So it's not, one person's not there, so we can't have a meeting. And we ran into that apparently this past year, late in the year. They kept having reasons, someone couldn't make it to the meeting, so it was canceled. So I think this is extremely important, particularly because we have a large number of disaffected voting age residents in this town that need to feel like their vote matters. And they don't, because they don't feel like they are being represented. I'm not one of those.
Suzanne McAvoy, Hopgood, Littleton resident, long time, grew up here. There's a legal reason to change this from 3 to 5 people, because when there is a majority of people on the board that meet, and a majority would be 2, then there has to be a public notice 24 hours ahead of time. That's a legal requirement. So there's no 2 people of the Board of Selectmen today that can have a conversation without providing a legal notice 24 hours ahead. That's incredibly inefficient and makes it extremely difficult for any board. So there's if Roger wants to have a conversation with any of the other 2 members of the board, he has to provide a legal notice 24 hours ahead that he wants to have a conversation with Linda or Carrie. That's a ridiculous way to try to run a board. Thank you.
I urge attendees to vote yes to this article tonight and in March. Smaller towns around Littleton have 5-person select boards. Littleton is the most populated town in the area. It's time Littleton expands to a board of 5, giving the opportunity for wider community representation. Vote yes and vote for Carrie with a K, Harrington, in March.
Katie Masters. Expanding the select board would allow more representation in the town. As it's been brought up, most of the regional towns around us have 5 members on their board. For reference, right now, of roughly 2,000 of our residents are represented by 1 representative, versus towns that have populations half of ours with 2 more members are seeing much more equitable representation on the board. Not to mention the fact that an expanded board would allow the town to focus on a more diverse slew of issues. I think if anything tonight has drawn upon the fact that there's a lot going on in town, a lot more than just 3 people can focus on a regular basis, and allowing a larger percentage of people to be represented by a larger board would allow more focus to be spent on issues that are mattering to the residents of Littleton. Thank you.
Right, Grandma, Littleton native, state law 3.
We have our counsel here, but I don't believe it's state law.
I'm sorry?
This is a legal article.
Well, this man right here will answer it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can wrap my knuckles. How about this?
Yeah, no, in conference with counsel, it's absolutely legal to change from 3 to 5.
Good. If we can't get 3 people to agree, how are we going to get 5? We've been like this for a long time. It's a small town. I know there's a lot going on, but you know, too many cooks in the kitchen. Thank you.
Rudy Gels, Littleton, New Hampshire. Well, I got this thing has got to change. We already voted about a couple of years ago to change it from 3 to 5. At the time, I voted no. But right now, the circumstances, that are going on in Littleton, it's unacceptable. And I explained, to you, to all the voters over here, why it's, it's not acceptable. We are a settlement over here that she's a chair in 2 places. The water light here. You know how many times she has stayed for voting? You know how many times she has stayed, Linda McNeil, how many times she, she don't vote because she can't. Because she belongs to, 2 committees. That's, with the 5 people, at least, the people of Littleton, the voter, the taxpayer, they can, they can have a better chance to be listened by the settlement. But right now, having 3, one time Carrie, she got to go down, in Concord. One time Linda's got to go to the water light. One time, we never have 3 settlement right there that listen what the taxpayer complain about. Never. I suggest everybody to vote for 5 settlement. You want to vote for 3? God bless you. That's all.
Heidi Hurley, I just have a quick question. If this passes to 5 members, is it correct that you do not need a town manager then?
I don't believe that.
If you have a 5-member board?
I don't believe the number of selectmen has anything to do with whether or not you're a town manager form of government.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got legal
Okay.
counsel here telling me
All
that,
right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Ron Bolt. I have some personal experience with this issue. As to the comment about not having a quorum, I was a selectman for 3 years, and we never canceled a meeting due to a lack of a quorum. It's possible, but it never happened in those 3 years. I'm talking now, okay? So second point, you say that the selectmen cannot, 2 selectmen on a 3-select board cannot meet and talk about town issues. That is true, that's the law. But I will tell you, the reason I ran for selectman was because that was happening regularly. And it was a right-to-know issue. Decisions were being made before they were brought before the board. So that was a very bad practice. With a 5-person board, and I really don't care whether it's 3 or 5, with a 5-person board, you have the possibility of Selectman A sitting down and having lunch with Selectman B saying, I kind of like your report on this article that's coming up at the meeting. And then the next day, meet with Selectman C and have the same discussion. So basically, one could gather your votes offline, not in the public, and get the results you hope for. So That's not a statement or support or against, just my personal experiences.
Greg Darling, Littleton. It's my experience that the select board puts in tremendous amount of hours in service to this town. It's a very intense, labor-intensive position, and they do a lot of work. And my opinion is that if the board were 5 people, there would just be a whole lot more dissension and issues, and there would be even less work done in a timely manner. So I think we should stay with 3.
Andy Kilmer. I'm okay with the changing it to 5 but I'd like to make one amendment to it, that in 2024, this year, you would vote in one excellency, you'd be 4, where the town manager would be the deciding vote. And the following year, you'd put 2 more in to get up to your 5, because otherwise, in 3 years from now, you're voting for 3, and the following year, you're voting for 1 and voting for 1
All right,
after that.
we have town council here to speak to that before you make that an official amendment.
So this would take effect next year. This has nothing to do, like, if you voted to, if this goes on your ballot as presented, it votes to increase to 5, that takes effect the following year.
In 2025?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there would be, the statute provides for some.
So my amendment would be then, that following year, we'd vote for 2, and the following year, we'd vote for 2 again to get up to the 5. You'd have to work up to it, otherwise you've got 1 year where you're voting for 3 new selectmen.
The statute, I believe, provides for some staggering language.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So Andy, just for, you withdrawing your amendment?
If it already has a statute
Okay.
in there for that, then I'm good with that.
Okay. All right, is there any other discussion on Article 49? Oh.
John Goodrich, I'm talking too much, I know, but I think the drive for this is because people don't feel represented and wanted that representation. At the same time, we have the efficiency of running the government in our town is important, and it has a certain, there's certain responsibilities to do that. We have a First Amendment in this country, the right to free speech, which I believe should be respected no matter what the belief, and no matter if you disagree or agree. So I think our board needs to make sure that they do that, and I'm not criticizing any individual at all. At the same time, I think it would be, as Mr. Darling said, it would become less effective and less efficient if we went to 5 members. And I think we have a town manager form of government with a select board. And so many of the small towns that were alluded to do not have that. And that's the big difference, in my opinion. And that's why you have a town manager. So I would stick to the 3 select board members. And I urge people to think that way. Vote that way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh.
I just want to say, when I was saying people don't feel represented, it had nothing, well, had little to do with the controversy that's gone around in this town the last 6 months. I don't have a lot of contact with young adults in this town, but a lot of what I see is that they all feel like that they don't matter. Their votes don't count, what they want doesn't count, that they're just living here. And some of them, I'm not even sure, feel like they're living here, even though they do. I don't think we have anyone under 40, or even under, maybe not even under 50, on this select board. The values and the views of the younger generations are important to be heard, not just us senior citizens. And we don't have any way to do that. We have people 18 that are eligible to vote, and it takes until they're, 30 years more than that where they feel like they're even represented by someone who might have any idea what their concerns are. That's my reason for trying to increase this to 5. I come from a town, by the way, that had a select board of 7 and had a town manager. Just someone saying that they can't, that 5 people can't get the job done because it's too many.
Debbie Warner, Littleton. I just have a point of order. Chad, when you do the vote on these items, you had said it's our tradition to vote it a particular way, but that doesn't affect whether or not it goes on the warrant in March. I wonder if you could reword it to be more exact. It would be helpful. When you say, should we put this on the warrant for March? That's not really, we're not empowered as a group to vote that, from what I understand.
We're just saying that the way that this has been presented or amended, we're happy with it and putting it on the warrant as that is what we're doing.
But we don't have the power to take something off the warrant.
But we do have the power to, except for 3 articles, I think, that are on the ballot, we do have the power to change them. And what we're voting on at the end of each is that we are happy with the presentation of the wording of that article.
Okay, so that we accept the way it's worded to be put on.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of putting the article on as presented, please put up your red cards. All right, thank you. Those opposed, please put up the blue cards. All right, the ayes have it. It'll go on as presented. Article 50. Petition, intent to change the Parks and Rec Commissioners from elected to appointed. To see if the town will vote to change the form of selection for the Parks and Recreation Commissioners from elected to appointed to conform with RSA 35-B:4. With the approval of this article, the 3 elected positions will end with all 3 positions to be immediately filled by the Select Board appointed in April 2024 with staggering terms as the following. 1 member appointed for 1-year term, 1 member appointed for a 2-year term, and 1 member appointed for a 3-year term. Each subsequent year will have an appointment for 1 member for a 3-year term by petition. Estimated tax impact none, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. And before I open this up for discussion, there has been an amendment encouraged by council. As part of that is worded illegally. Because there's a certain way that these must be staggered. It's state law that I petitioned, Chapter 669, 17B, discontinuing optional elected office. When a town votes to discontinue any optional elected office, whether or not such office is to be succeeded by an appointed office, the person holding the elected office at the time of the vote to discontinue it shall continue to hold office until the annual election first following the discontinuance of the office, at which time the elected office shall terminate irrespective of the length of that officer's term. This section shall apply to the elected offices of tax collector, highway agent, constable or police officer, overseer of public welfare, auditor, and any other optional town elected not governed by another statute. So in other words, we need to, we've been advised by council that the section on the 3 positions being immediately removed and being appointed to the by the select board, the article will now have. We're being advised that the article should be amended as follows: to see if the town will vote to change the form of selection for the Parks and Recreation Commissioners from elected to appointed to conform with RSA 35-B:4. With the approval of this article, the 3 elected positions will end. The 3 elected positions shall continue to hold office until March 11th, 2025, at which time the elected offices shall terminate, and all 3 positions will be filled by select board appointment with staggering terms as follows. 1 member appointed for a 1-year term, 1 member appointed for a 2-year term, and 1 member appointed for a 3-year term. Each subsequent year will have an appointment for 1 member for a 3-year term by petition. Estimated tax impact is none. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. So does everybody understand the suggested amendment by town council to make it a legal article? And as such, I look for a motion. All right, all right, I have Paul Smith making that motion. Is there a second? I have Courtney Bowler making the second. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the article?
Heidi Hurley. Are we allowed to ask who did the petition?
Well, we're working on the amendment right now.
Oh,
When we
okay.
do general discussion,
Oh,
then
all
we
right.
can
Thank you.
look at that. Any discussion on the amendment? All right, all those in favor of the amendment to the warrant article? All right, we have a lot of yeses and any noes. All right, we've only got one no. All right, so the amendment passes, so it will read to conform with the state law. Now, is there any general discussion about the article in general?
Courtney Bowler, I was the one who submitted this petition. The elected Park and Recreation Commission currently, and unfortunately, is a redundant committee that currently has no oversight and is opening the town up to legal liability. I support the commission's existence, but one that is aligned with the state statute, Chapter 35B, as an appointed advisory commission with clear powers and rules of procedure. Historically, the commission served as the administrator over the department in recreational revolving fund expenditures. That need has passed as Littleton has grown and the Park and Rec department has evolved with the town. I'm sorry. I have to have as many voters here so I don't have daycare. I support the commission's existence, sorry. I know. Sorry. That need has passed as Littleton has grown and the Park and Rec department has evolved with the town. Please stop. There has been a full-time Park and Rec director for the last decade, at least the last decade. The position is now the Park and Rec director is now the administrator of the town department, responsible for everyday operations and employee direction. The commission's role should be advisory and relative to the big picture mission of the department to uphold and serve. The Park and Rec department's mission, as stated on their website, is to enrich the quality of life for our community by providing a variety of accessible recreational activities, parks, and facilities that promote health and wellness. Thank you. Learning and fun. We create community through people, parks, and programs for all visitors and residents of the Littleton community. The recent cycle of commissions has hindered the department's operation. Just bear with me, I'm almost done. Department's operations and resulted in department head turnover. This turnover costs the town money and impacts program offerings. Roger said it best during his interview with the Caledonian Record. The Parks and Rec director has to answer to 4 bosses right now, and no one can be successful in that kind of situation. Voting yes on this article would clear up the commission's role and bring them under the umbrella of the town with access to legal counsel through the Park and Rec director, and then the town manager and all that. Voting yes on this article will set up a new Parks and Rec director for new success, having a clear organizational hierarchy. I urge attendees to vote yes on this article tonight and in March for the equitable use of the town's park and recreational land and facilities for all.
Bruce Hadlock. This article that, I would like to know whose petition the people are that are signing this thing to put it in here too, because I think that that's an important thing that we should be able to know. But, no, I'm talking,
Hey, let's-
okay? Now, let me tell you, the fact is that this was voted on twice. 1955, and again, it was voted on by the people of the town of Littleton to keep it separate out of the thing on it from that part. It's worked, we have a great parks program, it's everything like that, and it should remain the same on it as far as that goes. There's people over here, 2 of them, in turn, voted to do this on the water and light, same blessing thing. And it cost the taxpayers $200,000 because two people on that board ended up voting to do the same identical thing on it. One didn't. Now we've got three, though, that want to change this thing, and it's wrong. Leave it the same way it is. Your parks will run real good, has been the same way. Leave it alone. I just can't believe the fact that they're attacking the thing the same way that they did with the water and light department. And it cost us $200,000 of legal fees because of what these two people did up here on it. And we got nowhere out of the thing. And the article was passed in 1949 by the people of Littleton that said the town manager, form of government, could not have anything to do with the water and light. And that's how it ended up. There was no difference out of the thing on it, other than the fact that the town shows that the town owned it, but the town owned it before.
Bruce, we're talking about Parks and Rec, okay?
Yes,
Let's
we
keep
are.
it on subject, please.
Yeah, okay, same way. But I think you should leave it the same identical thing on it and keep it the same way. The people that apply to run that thing on it and to go on there as elected officials all have a good heart on it, and they were going to work very hard when they put their name on there to vote. Thank you.
Rudy Giles, Littleton in New Hampshire. I mean, guys, don't you realize how much power we've been given to these three guys over here? Everything going on in town, it's the selectmen. The selectmen. Hey, how about us? Why we can't choose who's going to be on a ballot, who's going to be on a park and recreation? Why they gotta vote? Why they gotta choose whatever they want? I mean, you go to the water and light, man, you got 3 commissioners. Who the hell told this 3 commissioners to be commissioner? They bought the selectmen. We don't count nothing. I tell you right now, we don't count nothing. You guys better wake up because there's 3 guys, they're gonna destroy this town.
All right, is there any other discussion on the article?
Heidi Hurley. The person that petitioned this article stated that athletics and the use of commission benefit the schools. So I would like to ask her, where would you like the schools to go if this passes? And where would you like Park and Rec to go because they utilize the schools?
I'd like to clarify, there is no exclusion. Right now, the parks are given priority, the fields specifically are given priority to the school athletics. That is fine. However, it is impacting other public users, and that's concerning. Additionally, I've requested through 91A, and my husband has assisted me with that, requesting the MOU with the school to have a better understanding of what that agreement is. We've also requested other minutes that should be posted and available within 5 days of the meeting. There are minutes from May 11th that are still missing, and we have made a second request for those. I'm concerned about the transparency with this elected commission, and it is opening up the town to liability, as we've seen in the CalRec article. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor is putting this on the warrant as presented, please hold up your red cards. All those opposed, please put up your blue cards. All right, the yeses have it. It will go on as presented. Actually, excuse me, it'll go on as amended. I apologize. Article 51, this I believe was the last one that was to be considered out of order. Article 51, petition Littleton Community Center to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to support a donation to the Littleton Community Center. These funds will be used as a partial match for an LCHIP grant of $100,000 towards the first phase of rehabilitating the community center's carriage barn, also known as the annex, which has been shuttered for more than a decade following the structural and safety issues. The plan is to restore the building to serve the community once again by petition. Estimated tax impact of 6.9 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 5 to 0 to 2. Is there any discussion on the article?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I guess I have a concern that there's a building that's not owned by the town that we're going to put $50,000 into, it's going to be a partial match for something else that they're getting, I guess, when I'd like to know what they're doing. You know, why isn't this facility self-supporting? That would be my concern. Is that if someone's going to have a community center and they charge for usage, that should be able to support the facility.
Get it down for the short people. I'm Mary Menzies. I'm a Littleton resident. I am on the Littleton Community Center Board of Directors, and I would welcome the opportunity to explain this request. Those of you who have lived here many years are familiar with the building at the back of the community center, often referred to as the annex. So we're now liking to refer to it as the carriage barn, because that's what it was originally built for. And for many years, it was a vital meeting place for the community and used for many activities. It has been closed since 2011 due to structural problems. And the Littleton Community Center Board is delighted to finally be able to be moving forward with the first phase of getting this building back to be of use to the community. And it is an expensive project. The first phase is to jack up the building, remove the existing floor and rotted floor structure, remove all of the rotted joists, raise the building, pour a new concrete foundation, install drainage, fix the rotted sills around the perimeter, lower the building onto its new foundation, and backfill around the foundation. This will stabilize the building. This is just the first step, and that is anticipated to cost about $300,000. We have been very excited to have an LCHIP grant for $100,000 for this. We are asking the taxpayers if they would be willing to support this to the tune of $50,000. We also are taking money out of our general fund, our capital reserve, dedicated gifts which have already been raised, and anticipated further fundraising to come up with the rest of the $150,000 to fund this first phase. I would also like to explain the Budget Committee vote. Since I am on the Budget Committee, I could not vote in support of it, so I had to abstain. So obviously another Budget Committee member abstained also, but I would just like to explain that, what looks like a somewhat lukewarm support. So I know it's an expensive project, but we've waited a long time for it, and we really hope the citizens will support it. Thank you.
Bruce Hadlock. You didn't tell the people the fact that the town in turn uses the parking area in the rear and in the front, and they have parking meters there. They've been using it for the parking for the community, and it's been done that way for a number of years out of the thing on. For that, the people have been putting money into this operation from the point of dealing with it, because it's a kind of a wash out of the thing on it. The town is using it for parking for private people. Now, they got the park there, they also got the parking meters, they also do plow it, as far as that part of it's concerned, but they're getting something back for it. I have a different philosophy, though. I believe what they should be doing on it is they should be using it for the senior citizens over there where they're going down back. I believe that what they should be doing is converting that building back there to a senior citizens center. There's a tremendous amount of federal money for senior citizens. And if they put the location up there for having a building where they have the cooking facilities and the meeting and everything like this, and it would also relieve the building for the town down back for the recreational part of what it would be for the farmers market and everything else. So I believe the fact that there's nothing wrong with giving the money out of it because they are working it for parking and stuff like that too. And we've been doing it for a number of years. Thank you.
Regina Bowler, Littleton citizen. I've also been serving on the Board of Trustees for the Community Center for 5 years now. I want to explain that since the carriage barn is no longer able to be used, that has hampered the community house from offering free to nonprofits or for a fee to groups that previously used that space, everything from Weight Watchers to Scouts. It was once a Grange Hall. With the renovations, the board has also considered very carefully for the last 10 years what the use of that building would be, and that building would be used at least for the first floor, which is fully handicap accessible once we do the repairs. Can be a meeting place. It can be a public bathroom access for anybody who's using our Main Street. It could even be used as a welcome center. And we really look forward to putting that building back into service and to do it safely. Regarding the comments about using it for a community center or having some kind of a commercial kitchen in there, what is in there now is by no means a commercial kitchen, and that would not support the needs of the community center to prepare meals for the elders. But it has many other possibilities. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank Bruce for his creative suggestion and say that we will be soliciting public input on what we will be using the building for, because we want to make sure that it does indeed meet the needs of everyone in the community. But a foundation has got to be done no matter what it's used for. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the article? All right, all those in favor of placing Article 51 on the ballot as presented, please hold up your red cards. All right, thank you. And those opposed, your blue cards. The ayes have it. This will go on as presented. Now we will go all the way back to the front of your warrant and start with Article 1. For a point of clarification, Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 are not able to be amended at tonight's meeting. So I will just read over the articles. If there's any basic information or questions, that's okay. I don't know if we have any, well, we do, I know we have someone from the planning board here, but outside of that, we can't have any amendments or anything else regarding those. So here we go. Article 1 is the election of officers. To choose necessary officers, including 1 selectman for a 3-year term, 1 moderator for a 2-year term, 1 supervisor of the checklist for a 6-year term, 1 trustee of the trust funds for a 3-year term, 1 parks and recreation commissioner for a 3-year term. Looks like 3 library trustees for 3-year terms and 1 library trustee for a 1-year term. All right, if there's no clarification needed on that, we can post that on the warrant. Article 2, which is the first zoning amendment being presented. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 1? Amendment number 1 is proposed by the Littleton Planning Board for the Littleton zoning ordinance as follows. Remove the words "after catastrophe" from the title of Article 11, Section 11, .03, to clarify that any non-conforming use that is destroyed may be replaced by special exception, recommended by the planning board 7 to 0 to 0. Are there any questions or any? So we have a question as to what that means. Is there anybody from the planning board that would be able to? Bruce, that would be one, I guess, to go to the town office.
You're asking to put something on here, and you can't change it, but you can't also, these people should be prepared to come in here and tell it on here when they voted to put it on it. So you need to be able to tell us what it is.
This is not the select board, I believe, that puts this on the warrant. I believe it's the planning board that puts this on the warrant.
If it's done by petition, but there's not a petition on it.
Article number 2 is not by petition, Bruce.
That's right. That's why I'm asking. These people in turn voted to put it on here, and as a result.
The planning board voted to put it on, not the select board.
That's not
And-
true. You haven't, listen, there's an article in here, these people voted on every item that's on this warrant. On it. They do. And then you had it on here, and they voted on it to put it on here as a warrant item. And we're asking about what it actually means. And the select people who voted to put it on here should be able to tell us what it is.
I'll have legal counsel come up if he wants to explain that.
Any zoning changes are done by the planning board, so that's under our chapter 675.
You'll belong.
There was multiple.
That's enough.
There's multiple your planning board held public hearings. The planning board is who finalizes it, and that final form is what ends up on your warrant.
That's not true.
Thank you, Joe. All right, Calvin?
So I am one of the members of the Littleton Planning Board. So yes, we did vote on it. I guess kind of to summarize in a nutshell, we had a planning board meeting where this was brought up. So anybody who was a member of the public who wanted to know more about it or had any questions about it, there was an opportunity for the public to come and learn about it or to share whatever concerns they had. And I believe also the minutes from that meeting are publicly available as well. But this was something that actually the zoning board had some questions about some of the wording in our zoning ordinance. After the planning board discussed it, we decided that to make the intent of the original zoning ordinance more clear, that adding these special words after catastrophe wasn't necessary, that if something was a non-conforming use and it was destroyed, it was already okay, so you could rebuild it. It didn't have to be a catastrophe or not. So if you were at the meeting, you would have heard that.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other discussion, we can, all those in favor of putting this article on as presented? Thank you for your yeses. Are there any noes? All right, seeing none, that goes on as presented. Article 3, petition to amend the zoning ordinance. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 2 as proposed by the petition for the Littleton zoning ordinance to add the following? 6.13, prohibition of casinos and commercial gaming parlors. In all districts and zones, activities in Littleton are prohibited that require licensing related to any of the following: RSA Chapter 287-D, games of chance, specifically sections RSA 287-D:7, facilities license, RSA 287-D:8, game operator employer, RSA 287-D:9, primary game operator, and or RSA Chapter 284, horse and dog racing, specifically sections RSA 284:6A, racing and charitable gaming, RSA 284:12A, license required, RSA 284:21-H, authorization 8, RSA 284:22-B, pari mutual pools on historic horse races. Charitable organizations that obtain a license under RSA 287-D:6, charitable organizations license applications shall not offer those license-covered activities in any district or zone in Littleton. These prohibitions shall not be subject to granting a variance or special exception, nor shall they be subject to waiver or override by any elected or appointed official. Not recommended by the planning board, 2 to 5 to 0. Is there any discussion?
I'm Deborah Warner, Littleton resident for many, many years, decades, and so. In this room in May, you may all recall, there was a presentation by a casino that wanted to come to Littleton. There were a little over 100 people who came. 95 people from Littleton got up and spoke against the casino. It was quite shocking to us that it even could happen. And so there was discussion afterwards, and people got together, and we tried to figure out what to do. I can tell you right off the top is that this ordinance is not enforceable. I do apologize that it is not enforceable. It was pointed out to us by the planning board that the state statute overrides the Littleton situation. And so it's moot. However you vote, it's moot. It will not impact what happens in Littleton, except that you can vote your conscience. And if you're in favor of casinos coming to Littleton, vote against it. But if you want to prohibit casinos from coming to Littleton, if you don't want them here, then vote in favor of this. It's a matter of conscience at this point. I can tell you that there was very productive discussions afterwards. The planning board was extremely helpful, kind, given what was going on there. We had very productive discussions about it, and in the various other discussions that went with it, we did discover that the best way to do this would be to fix the state statute in something called local option, that allowed the state, if a casino wanted to go to your town, that you would have a public vote just similar to this, worded differently, but in essence the same thing, on the warrant in March, and that you could vote up or down on it. And then a casino could or couldn't come in based on your vote. Now, this all came about in 2021 during COVID, when the legislature was in lockdown and nobody could really get in to lobby and testify and do all the things that we normally do in the legislature, which I happen to do quite a bit of. And it passed in this way that it overrides us. This is something they call the Dillon Rule, which is state preemption over the local rule. So I would say, I have a prepared statement. Due to a technicality, this ordinance will not yet be enforceable. Your vote lays the groundwork for further action. So vote your conscience to put Littleton on record concerning casinos. Your opinion counts. And what about the technicalities? This is the good news here. Are we working on that? Yes, indeed, we are. In fact, this all happened in January, and it's only February 6th, but next week, our amendment is going to be heard in municipal and county, in the state legislature, in that committee. And it will bring in this local thing. We want to press it. We want to press it statewide. There's plenty of people in favor of this amendment that will be going in. And we certainly do want to be able to have a voice in these matters. And there's plenty of other towns do too. So if you have questions or concerns or want to help and volunteer and that sort of thing, please get a hold of me, Debbie Warner. You can find me online pretty easily. DEBI Warner. My professional website's up there too. Same phone number, you can call me. Thank you.
Lilo Reinstein, resident, Littleton. I would like to propose an amendment to this.
We can't amend this.
We can't amend it?
No, it's a zoning article.
So how does the community, the voters in this town, how are they made aware that this is not enforceable?
Right now.
These are not the voters in this community. This is a small sample of the voters in this community.
We'll be putting that out very clearly.
How?
Many messages, signs, and letters to the editor, probably an article in the paper.
So basically, we have no method to make sure that the voters know that this is essentially an illegal document.
It's not prohibited, it's moot. It has no effect, other than our opinion.
Well, other than misleading people that this is effective.
All right, we'll just have stuff go towards the moderator, please.
Bruce Hadlock, the town of Littleton passed Keno here within the last 2 years. on it, which can be done in a club, it can be done in a restaurant, and everything like that on it too. So that is already passed in the town of Littleton and allowable as far as that part of it's concerned. Now, the other part of it is, I make my living at the same thing. We are the entertainment for the people on it, with betting on horses on it. And I have the top horses in the state of Maine out of the thing on it, and they've earned over $125,000 in the last 2 years, okay? Yeah, they can be beautiful, but you people in turn have got this crazy thing about not wanting anybody to do things on it. And it's a business, and this town is a business.
All right, we're talking about the zoning ordinance.
Yes,
so-
we are, I'm talking about it.
Okay.
So, but consequently, you know, it's wrong on some of the things that you're doing, but this town is a business. Yeah.
Well, you can get in line behind Rudy.
Mr. Moderator, this is Rudy Jelsey. I just want to make a comment. First of all, what the lady say about, the 90% of the people in Littleton, they voted no for the casino, that's baloney. It is baloney with the big B, okay? Now, let me tell you guys how much good it would have been the casino for Littleton. Do you know that in Nashua, which they have 2 casinos, and they're gonna build another one, the tax rate went down 37%. How do you like that, man? I wish they go down to 37% over here, right? We're gonna take it, right? 37%. And also, the impact of the casino or any type of entertainment up in Littleton, it would be so big. Because did you realize one thing? I read the paper almost every day. And also I read, the police in black. All these people, they got nothing to do. They don't know where to go. And what do? They enjoy themselves, kill themselves, do drugs, etc. I suggested that anybody that wants to change a little town, vote yes to have some kind of entertainment. Casino, horse race, whatever it is. Just, think about it.
Debbie Warner again. To be specific, in terms of horse racing, it is simply the name of the chapter that has horse racing in it. This is not going to prohibit horse racing at all. It's about historic horse racing machines, slot machines. That is why the word horse is in there. And I did see some pictures of the horses that the Hadlocks have. They're absolutely wonderful animals. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any other discussion on the article? All right, all those in favor of putting it on as presented, please put your cards up. All right, all those opposed? The ayes have it. Article 4, ambulance, 5-year lease purchase agreement with escape clause. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement in the amount of $300,000 for the purpose of the lease purchasing an ambulance, with the first payment to begin in fiscal year 2025. This lease purchase agreement contains an escape clause. Estimated tax impact, none for 2024, estimated to be 7.6 per thousand in 2025 through 2029. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 1 to 0, not recommended by the Budget Committee 0 to 7 to 0. Does someone from the town wish to speak in regards to this?
Thank you. My name is Chad Miller. I'm the fire chief here in Littleton. We began a transport EMS system in 2019. We estimated that we would have about 900 calls for service, and that we purchased a new ambulance in 2019, and that five years later we would purchase a new ambulance to rotate that ambulance, the original 2019, to a second due or less use. This past year, we had almost 1,800 calls for service, up dramatically from the 900, and we're just looking to replace the ambulance that we purchased in 2019 as part of the normal replacement cycle. This puts us on cycle for an ambulance to last approximately 10 years, but will most likely be pushed out to 12. There's currently a 2-year wait for ambulances, which is kind of why we'd like to get this order in. So even if we ordered it today, it's up to a 2-year wait to actually receive it.
Bruce Hadlock, Littleton. First of all, there's no way any town can support an ambulance service on it, okay? It should be done through the county, and these people should be writing a letter to the county to explore it. And they do that in Florida and in other states out there, but there's no way a little town, whether it's St. Johnsbury, Vermont, or Littleton, and these towns, they just can't sustain it. Now, they made a deal with Franconia out of it from that part, but they also, the town of Franconia gets 85% of any of the money that comes in for when they pick them up at a ski area, or if it's a citizen, or they go to the older home out of it from that part. I am not in favor of this. I think that he likes to chase the ambulances and has been ever since we got him around here. So I do not believe in it. I would not vote for it. I know that, but I do not believe that it is. You'll have to put it on the warrant. But I tell you, don't do it. But I'm asking the selectmen to write a letter to the county on it and ask them to explore it out of the thing on it. So these people in turn, the county would be running it, and it would be better into your budgets of all your towns in Grafton County. And the ambulance people would still be working, but they would be working. I spoke to him about that, and he agreed with me, didn't you?
Sure. I mean, we do have a regional model here. It's not countywide, but there is a lot of efficiencies in a regionalized delivery of EMS.
Yeah, there's no way any town can support ambulances. You go broke, no matter what it is for these things. It's just it's an impossibility. Thank you.
George Morgan, Littleton resident. Just a question. What's the criteria for replacing the ambulance? Is it years of service? Is it mileage? Is it expense on repair? Or is it just an arbitrary, every 5 years or 7 years we got to replace the ambulance?
So we believe at 10 years we will strike the right balance of mileage and maintenance costs in just kind of life of a service first due vehicle. A lot of EMS in the North Country, that's kind of the goal, 10 years for an ambulance, and it puts it 5 years as a frontline piece. When we started in 2019, I didn't mention we did purchase a used ambulance to kind of kick off our cycle. That used ambulance is a 2012, and we're starting to have some issues with it. The mileage is somewhere around 110,000 miles, so that's what we would expect out of this, the current ambulance that we have, the 2019, 10 years later. That's kind of what we'd expect to be at. So I'd say it's a combination of all those factors based off experience.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? All right.
Leila Reinstein, Littleton. It mentions that it's not recommended by the Budget Committee. Do we know why it wasn't recommended by the Budget Committee? Do we have someone here?
Dan Stearns, a Littleton resident and Budget Committee member. The Littleton Budget Committee, for the most part, felt that the funding for this new ambulance should have come from the accumulated fund balance that we have gained quite significantly over the past 3 years, as opposed to funding this purchase through an increase in the tax rate. So for the most part, that was the reasoning behind the vote of the Budget Committee.
Can I ask, just, what's the accumulated fund? I'm sorry, I don't understand the terminology.
Well, that's
Townwide?
unexpended funds that have come about as, if you've been following in the news, our town manager that recently left has come under budget for the past 3 years, And so those funds that have been under budget have been set aside. And yes, yes.
Any other discussion? All those in favor is putting Article 4 on the warrant as presented? Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more.
Bill Littleton. I've seen the Budget Committee 2 years in a row. They want to come up with not, funding the fire department, or ambulances, and all that stuff. But what they don't want to tell you is there is money that the ambulance brings in. And these guys know what it is because the money goes into the general fund and they put it into another fund, and that's how we get available money. Well, the town can, get a truck and stuff like that. But I'd like a budget committee to tell me how much we made last year. Oh, well, they're the ones that make the decisions, and they don't look at all the numbers.
This warrant article is about an ambulance, so
Okay,
let's
but
keep
I'm
it.
just saying, they turned it down because they didn't even take into consideration that the ambulances bring in money. Profit. Oh. Chief, how much did they make last year? How much did we bring in?
Finance director said it was a little more than $300,000 from patient care revenues. We brought in over 400 with an estimated revenue of 300,000.
What's your payout?
So the payout we can go through, but when we started our EMS system in Littleton, we were paying a subcontractor to do that. And the system that we looked at developing took the payment that the town was making to this contractor and paid it to ourselves to do that. And essentially, while the budget has grown with it, the revenues and the expected revenues have grown as well. So we feel like we're coming in roughly at the same cost to slightly less cost than when we had a contractor providing the service. In addition, right now, due to our agreement with Franconia, we have 4 firefighter EMS providers on duty at the station. Today is a great example. We got called mutual aid to St. Johnsbury for a structure fire. We sent 4 firefighters immediately there. We had 2 firefighters running medical calls that were coming in throughout the day. At one point, we had 2 or 3 calls going at the same time. In the system, an EMS system that's very stressed in our region, we're able to provide these services to our residents and those who contract with us to provide that service. And that's no easy feat.
John Goodrich. I also am on the Budget Committee. And in addition to the reasons Dan stated, I'm of the belief that we need to pool our resources here in this region. If everybody spends on new equipment, be it fire department or be it ambulance, we're all going to be asset rich but underutilized on what we have. We've worked with and Chad's been great. We've had a lot of discussions. He and I don't see eye to eye on everything, but very open. And we do have a professional fire department that is highly trained and goes after things. However, we're a small town. We're only 6,000. And I think the expenses are going to become more and more difficult as time goes on if we don't find a way to smooth out and run down the expense curve that we're on. It's a very, very steep curve that we've been on for a while. And I think that we need to look for and be creative. I like to think Franconia and the start of the ambulance service might be a wedge to get other towns to see there might be some benefit in that too. So that's why I voted against it.
Is there any further discussion on the article? All those in favor of putting it on the ballot as presented, please hold up your red cards. All right, all those opposed, hold up your blue cards. All right, the ayes have it, it'll go on as presented. Article 5. Lease of landfill for solar development to supply electricity to Littleton Water and Light. Shall the town lease 8.5 acres of land on the town's landfill at 74 Industrial Road to Kearsarge Energy for an initial term of 20 years with up to 3 5-year extensions? Kearsarge Energy will use the leased land to develop a solar facility to sell electricity exclusively to Littleton Water and Light. Kearsarge's payment for the use of the land shall be $10,521 for the first year and will increase each subsequent year. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 1 to 0. Right. Anyone from Water and Light or the town that would like to speak on this?
I am pretty new at being town manager, but I do know that I'm sure Tom's going to come up and speak on the water and light side of this, but the amount that they are paying for the use of that land will help cover our maintenance, annual maintenance for the land each year. We pay about that much already to monitor the wells and also for the mowing of the property. So as far as we're concerned, it'll help offset that cost. And I'll let you talk to the benefits of the solar power and how it's going to help your organization.
Solar power, everybody's pretty familiar with it. We have yet to grasp it because we haven't found an economical solution over the years. This company came to us about 2 years ago. We've been working with them. They've got their price down to where we think it's economical. We have signed an agreement to work with them, but there's no documents in place to say it will go through. There's 2 pieces of the puzzle. One is the purchase of the power, which we've tentatively agreed to a price, and the other piece is the land that it sits on. We think, and we have been proponent of this, that the landfill is a great spot for it. It looks big, but the usable piece of it is not geometrically suited in the right direction. So it's about a 3 megawatt site, which is good for us. We have nothing, personally, Littleton Water and Light is, though the sponsor of the solar, we're not really, this warrant was put together without us. It went directly to the town. It's the town, it's asking the town people to approve the use of this land for the potential installation of a solar array. It's a good spot. It's kind of out of height site, but not, if you're going up to Industrial Park, it's going to be sitting right there. But I can explain solar if anybody wants to talk about it and how the electrons flow, but that's not what we're here tonight for, so I'll let you, go ahead.
A question I have, is this the one that's going to use a large lithium battery? And also, who is going to be paying for the solar?
No, this is directly solar panel. It'll be directly, if you see these on your house, just multiply it by 100. And it's just going to go from the solar field right into the lines. No batteries, no batteries.
Bruce Adlock. I'd like to ask, what does it cost to pay for the monitoring? Well, that's what the town manager was referring to. What does it pay? What do we pay at the present time to have it, which is a requirement that you have to monitor them? You look at down there and they have to have somebody come in and check them all the time, once a year. Well, what do we pay for a year? How much?
17,000. 17.
So, to me, I use the term putting the cart before the horse. Okay, that's how my theory is. You should not have, in turn, entered into this arrangement out of the thing on it until you actually had told us what the rents are going to be. I called the town manager, not you, and I asked him if you've got it built in with an inflation guard on it. If you're going to go for 20 years out of it, they should have had an automatic inflation guard per year as far as the cost is concerned. He didn't know it from that part. But that's how most of the time cell towers and all these other things that do it, they have a built-in fee that goes up annually pertaining to it. Now, if we had the cart before the horse and you were holding these meetings out of the thing on it, you would have in turn been able to tell the public out of it that they were going to turn around and pay for the cost, or the people that are putting this system in, that they would in turn be paying for the cost of the wells being tested, building it into that. I'd like to ask you, how much land is going to go? According to this, is a little bit different. It says in here, how many acres? 8.5. There's no 8.5 acres down there. There are two parts of the land that are down there. There are two parcels. One of them has got 15 acres and one of them's got 16 acres. Where you're coming up with this small amount of land, I don't know, because that's how it is. Now, you know how it's zoned. It requires to be able to build it. I checked on the zoning. It's zoned commercial, which is good as far as that part. That's what you should have if it's going to go on a commercial use from the point of what it is. But I happen to live downstream from it. I get flooded out on it. And not only myself, but Meadow Leasing does. And we have no idea that these people are negotiating with anybody to take care of the drainage in it. There's one that was just on TV over in Vermont, where some lady in turn, they built one next to her house, and the water was coming right down in her house, and in her basement, and everything else on it. We don't know what's going on. And I don't believe in what you people are doing, the way you're doing it, and the way you're operating it. Thank you.
I'll just clarify, they're asking permission for a lease only. Will the town agree that this site is suitable for a solar? They haven't got into site plan, any site design. Preliminary proposals of 4 megawatt, 3.5, 4 megawatt. I doubt they can get that on it. We think we'll look at something closer to 2.5, 3 megawatt. This is all preliminary. They're just looking for permission from the town to utilize this as a solar field. The design and the detail, devil's in the detail, right? Detail of the proposal, the lease will be figured out with the three selectmen. This gives them the power to enter into a contract for these people with KSI Energy.
Yeah. Is it possible to reduce the lease period from 20 to 10 years?
They came at us with 25 years before. It's just not, it's about $1.7 million in peak per million watts. So they're looking at a big investment, and it's just time management of money. They just can't make it economical and keep the price down. We have you may not know, and I'll beat the horse, but we have pretty low rates in Littleton. This is one piece of that rate. They're coming in at about 6.5, 7 cents. If they go much higher than that, they're going to be up 10. They're going to price themselves out of the market, and I personally won't recommend to my board to go into a solar that's going to pay more than our retail prices. So it's just a time value of money.
So, no, I want to ask you.
Steve, you want to come to the microphone?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Steve Height, I was just, Bruce said there's more land down there than what the 8-something, and if you enter into this, it appears in my mind that they're not taking over the whole piece of the property down there, and my angle is that the snowmobile trail that goes around the back is the only way that we have to get across the industrial park thing without going on the road. So are they gonna lease it in entirety, or are we still gonna have a passage? And that's way out.
I believe that's going to be up to the board to decide how much of that land is set aside for.
It's not the intention to restrict the snow machine
Yeah,
trail.
but it's asking for the permission, but if it doesn't include the entirety of the property, then I surmise that we would be able to still exist down there.
It's their intention for that to happen. They wouldn't want to restrict the trail.
Thank you. Good luck.
The other thing that I don't think everybody knows in the town of Littleton, but yes, the town of Littleton owns the water and light department, but you have over 100 families that are not getting an advantage of this, and they're having to pay higher electrical rates.
Bruce, we're talking about the solar lease. That's.
I am. This is part of it, okay? These people in turn that are outside of town are paying more. Now, these things could possibly be negotiated if it was done right, to give some support to these other people out of it and paying for them, because these people are, there's roughly 125 to 130 families. They're getting high electric rates out of it, and they're getting no advantage for the Littleton Water and Light Department. And they can be worked out to be able to offset these things for people. Other thing, so I believe the fact that if you're in your negotiations, you should be taking that into consideration. Roger's one of them. And you have, those people have to pay a fee monthly on the thing on it to be able to be a member of it. And it's quite expensive. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the article? Seeing none, all those in favor of placing it on the warrant as it appears? All right, thank you. All opposed? The ayes have it. It will go on the warrant as presented. Article 6, 2024 General Fund Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the general fund, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein totaling $10,417,105. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $10,174,755, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact is $4.05 per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0-0. And we'll have someone from the town talk about the budget.
So first of all, I appreciate the Budget Committee working on this and working with the Select Board. As you can see, it was some difficult decisions that had to be made. Some of the Budget Committee members are here tonight, but ultimately we got to a rate that was acceptable to them in the long run. And as you can see on our next slide, if you could just go through there, the difference in the previous year and the proposed year is about $500,000. However, that increase is due to contractual obligations that the town has, as well as some insurance increases and retirement increases. Ultimately, I believe if you go to the next slide, the town tax rate does increase. However, we have some unassigned fund balance that I believe the town is going to use, the Select Board, if they choose, to reduce that back down, which was an agreement that we had with the Budget Committee to reduce it $1. So if any of you have any questions specific to each portion of the budget, we have our department heads here and they can answer those questions.
Bruce Hadlock out of it. The town in turn has signed contracts, like with the power company over here on it. We end up it was negotiated for 5 years, and that's coming up. They've got them around town with other groups out of the thing on it. I think the Nuns place up on the hill is under that negotiation, and there's 2 or 3 other ones that are under that same type of a situation out of the thing.
Are you talking about the pilot programs?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right. The pilot program is coming up on the dam. Now, I happened to read through the pilot program a number of years ago, and I found out that they put it in there, if they put a new generator in, that it was going to go up $50,000. So I picked up the phone about a month or so ago, and I called one of their employees, and they told me the fact that they have got it in and it was put in. I went to the town manager. He in turn got them to pay an extra $50,000 as a result of it, because it was in there that they had to do that. Now we're in the negotiations with all of these things coming up again, and consequently it depends on who you have on the boards and what comes out of these things on it. But these things are what does affect us as far as the community is concerned, on what they do and how costly it is. But you can't, I look at over the Moore Reservoir out of it over here. They've had a tremendous year with the amount of rain that's there to make a lot of money on it, but that doesn't mean it's always going to be that way. And you can't get access to their financial records to try to figure it out. They won't allow you to do that. So it is the case, but I got told that they hired a new lady from up north, Pittsburgh or whatever it is, and she's the negotiator for all the dams up and down the Connecticut River, out of the thing on it. But it is coming up out of the thing on it, and that's what has a big effect on what we get for money, because I think it's about 25% from just that one place out of it, from that part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other discussion or questions on the budget? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of putting Article 6 on the warrant as it appears, please hold up your red card. All right, thank you. All those opposed, put your blue card up. All right, Article 6 passes, or excuse me, Article 6 is placed on the warrant as presented. Article 7, Collective Bargaining Agreement, AFSCME Support Staff. To see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the Collective Bargaining Agreement for 3 years reached between the Board of Selectmen and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME. Council 93, Local 1348 Support Staff, which calls for increases in wages and benefits at the current staffing level as follows. 2024, $49,584. 2025, $36,124. 2026, $38,779. And further, to raise and appropriate from taxation the sum of $49,584 for fiscal year 2024, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in wages and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year. Estimated tax impact of 6.8 cents per thousand, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Someone from the town that would like to expand upon this? Or if there's any questions or any comments from the public?
I have a question about the second paragraph, where it says, and further to raise. I guess I'm confused. So we're going to raise the same, or also do the same, double the 2024 number for what?
I believe, and council can correct me, I believe, so the first paragraph lays out what the costs of the contract, and the second paragraph gives authority to raise that first year's amount.
Thank you.
Bruce Hadlock. Again, I talked with our bookkeeping lady over here not too long ago, and she's very, very good as far as that part. But I also found out that the town manager in turn had negotiated a deal where the people in the town are paying for their own cost of health insurance out of it, like 25% and 10% and stuff like this on it. But this one here is what you're running into. He put an article in there that said, if you're working here on January 1st, we're going to give you $1,000. So if the person in turn gets done on January 2nd, they walk away with $1,000. It should have been set up so the fact that they in turn get the money either spread out over a year pertaining to what it is, but they should be getting their pay on the basis of, after they stayed there as an incentive, to give it to them from that part.
I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't apply to this contract or these employees. That is a program that is for non-union employees. And so, and I understand your point.
Yep.
I don't disagree with your point.
But when you're
it's
talking
not
about
this.
adding people in here on a union pay, that's part of what those people in turn are going to be getting.
That's not part of the proposed contract.
Well,
Am I correct? That's a separate issue. That is for non-union, if I believe.
Okay.
Am I correct on that, Lori? I know it's a long night. But are you talking about the stipend?
no, I'm talking about this when it does it. Those people in turn are getting paid, but they're part of the health insurance, and it's being done wrong. It's a different issue, but it's not, when you're talking about giving this, you've got the employees that are getting the health insurance benefits out of it. She knows what I'm talking about. You just don't know. That's what it amounts to. But consequently,
That's your opinion, thank you.
that's my
but,
opinion, is I agree. It's not your fault. You just barely got in here over 2 or 3 days ago.
Do you want to explain?
So excuse me, the issue that you're talking about is the health insurance plans that the town offers.
Right.
And the people that are in this new union are on, those plans are offered. Nothing's different, nothing's changed, but it is the way that the plans are set up, and it is something that maybe the new town
Should be
manager will want to
correct.
look at.
Yeah.
And they could change, but yes, they do get an incentive payment right at the beginning of the year to help offset the high deductible insurance plans that they might choose.
But they ought
It
to,
saves
they ought to be
the town
paying
money.
it, but spread it out or give it to them at the end of the year as an incentive to do it too, so.
Yeah,
Thank
that's a
you.
thought.
Is there any other discussion on Article 7? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented, please put your card up. Thank you. All those opposed, please put your no card up. All right, it will go on as presented. Article 8, special town meeting. Shall the town, if warrant article number 7 is defeated, authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address warrant article number 7 cost items only. Estimated tax impact, none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 2 to 1 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 4 to 3 to 0. Is there any questions or discussion on this?
What if the Article 7 was turned down and Article 8 was turned down? How do we function if we can't get a budget?
Special meeting.
But I thought that's what Article 8 is for.
They go back to, resort back to what they were at before we had the contract. They wouldn't go away, the workers.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor of putting it on as presented, please hold up your red card. All right, thank you. Any noes? All right, it will go on as presented. Article 9, 2024 Sewer Fund Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the sewer department the amount set forth on the budget posted with a warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $1,386,365. Said sum to come from the sewer fund and to be offset by user fees. Of this amount, $932,576 will be used for direct expenses associated with running the sewer system, and $453,789 will be used to reimburse the general fund for indirect expenses included in where am I? In the Article 8 operating budget, such as salaries. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $1,382,305, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13 10 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact is none, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3 to 0 to 0, recommended by the Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. Is there anyone from the town that would like to say anything about the sewer budget, or are there any questions from the public?
I have a question. It says Article 8. It references Article 8. I think that reference should be Article 6.
Yes, I think actually legal was just bringing that up to me. All right. So does everybody follow along where it said Article 8 in the text that we're saying should actually be Article 6?
Well, not in my printed. I took downloaded it today.
It's a typo on. The slide's a typo. This is the warrant. And
Well, I
this is,
downloaded it today and it said 8, but that's okay.
It says 6 in the warrant.
I don't know. I downloaded the warrant, but it doesn't matter. I also am just curious as to why the sewer fund operating budget is separate from the town operating budget.
Self-sustained. They do it by sewer bill.
Okay. But we still give them money. The town still gives them money.
Actually, it's no tax impact.
Okay.
There's approximately 1,500 people who are on town sewerage in the town of Littleton. And part of your bill, in turn, is governed by the federal government, and 9% of whatever they in turn do, it automatically goes in to pay for the cost of running the sewer plant. The only thing I'm objecting to is I do not like the company you're dealing with. You should be putting it out to bid because they're inflating the stuff. These people have got huge increases in their sewer bills. You wouldn't know it, Roger, because you don't have one, other than in your garage. But they got huge increases out of the thing on it, and they should be putting it out to bid and getting another company to do it on it. Thank you.
all right. As clarification, I did check with the, Paul had the posted official signed warrant, and it did mention Article 6, which is the correct one. Both the online and the slide both had it as a former number. So it is posted correctly as Article 6. Is there any other discussion on Article 9? All right, all those in favor of putting it on as presented, please hold up your red cards. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, it goes on as presented. Article 10, 2024 Water and Light Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the Water and Light Department, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $12,283,869. Said sum to be offset by user fees. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $12,206,227, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2 to 0 to 1. Recommended by Budget Committee 7 to 0 to 0. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this, or does anybody have questions? Seeing none, is everybody in? All those in favor of putting this on as presented, please hold up your red cards. Thank you. All right. Those opposed? None. All right. So we will now look at. Or do you have a?
I have a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to restrict reconsideration on Articles 1 through 10.
All right. We have a motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles 1 through 10. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, so restricting reconsideration means that that the body cannot go back at a later point in time during this meeting and vote to reconsider and then potentially change an article. So that's when you're voting to restrict that. It says you're saying that you're not allowing anyone to change those articles 1 through 10 that have already been discussed tonight. All right. All those in favor, please hold up your red cards. All right, thank you for that. Any opposed? All right, the vote to restrict reconsideration on Articles 1 through 10 passes. All right, Article 11, Town Offices, Computer Equipment Townwide. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the town manager to replace desk and laptop computers townwide, with said funds to come from unassigned fund balance with no amount to be raised by taxation. The special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7 and 6, and will not lapse until the purpose is completed or by December 31st, 2025, whichever is sooner. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-1 to 0. Is there anyone who would like to talk on this or have any questions?
What's the intent to replacing all the computer systems all at once? Were they all purchased at once X years ago? Or they've reached a certain age?
Now, first of all, this is part of their improvement plan for the whole computer system within just the town offices. So they'll do probably 4 computer systems with this amount. We can't possibly do it all in 1 year. So it's a
Okay, so this is
multi-year
doing a
project.
single replacement because things are just...
They get old.
I understand computers
Yeah.
get old, but I
Yeah.
just want to make sure it's not just doing it because, because. That's why I just wanted to know why. Because sometimes people just want all new equipment.
No, that's a great question, and no, this is, the municipal offices never really had a replacement plan. So this is the beginning of a replacement plan where they rotate out so many computers a year as they age.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other? All right, all those in favor of putting the article on, thank you for all your yeses. Are there any noes? All right, this will go on as presented. Article 12, Police Transfer to Part-Time Officer Training Expendable Trust Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in the Police Part-Time Officer Training Expendable Trust Fund, previously established in 2019, Article 23, fund limit of $50,000, and 2020, Article 34, $10,000 annual limit. This sum is equivalent to the unexpended 2023 appropriation balance for police full-time and part-time wages and is to come from unassigned fund balance with no amount to be raised by taxation. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Are there any comments or questions? Any discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented? Thank you. Anybody opposed? It will go on as presented. Article 13, Police Vehicle and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund Appropriation. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate from taxation the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Police Vehicles and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established in 2020 under Article 33 under the provisions of RSA 35:1. Estimated tax impact of 6.9 cents per thousand. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0 to 0. Any comments? Any questions? Anyone out there? All right.
I'll say something real quick.
We've got a speaker.
I just want to say, with some of the questions that's come up tonight, this is just part of our vehicle replacement plan at the PD. It's an aging fleet. We're looking to save some money by purchasing multiple vehicles at once. This is the last part of our plan. It ties in, I'm going to go a little out of order, don't stone me, with the next article. And this particular one is replacing our aging Expedition. The Expedition is our only true four-wheel drive vehicle, which although our highway department does an excellent job maintaining our roads, we do have numerous roads in town which are not town roads, so they're not maintained by our highway department. And there are many times during storms or just in winter maintenance that we may have to get there. Back when we had Dodge Chargers, I distinctly remember walking up portions of Mount Misery to serve paperwork because there was no way my car would get there, so thankfully it wasn't for an emergency.
You're on the wrong
No, it has to do with the vehicle being replaced on that. Okay, the money being
This
raised.
he's fine to continue, Bruce.
I'm saving time on the next one, but, correct. But that is the purpose of this article. It's just part of our replacement plan. The goal is to, rather than hit with one huge bill of saying we need all these cars at once, we've spread this out over, this will be the 4th year, just to kind of normalize the cost and not hit the taxpayer with a big bill. And our vehicles take a beating. The vehicles that we currently have as patrol vehicles will be kind of delegated or relegated to a secondary role. They'll be used as, they'll still be used, but not as a primary patrol vehicle, with a little bit less wear and tear, a little bit less mileage for use. And the vehicles that were in that role, they are costing us a lot on maintenance at the moment, and they will be cycled out of the fleet.
All right, are there any other questions or comments or concerns? All those in favor of placing Article 13 on the warrant as presented? Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, Article 13 goes on as presented. Article 14, police purchase of 4 police cruisers. To see if the town will vote to authorize the expenditure of $200,000 for the purpose of purchasing 4 new police cruisers, with said funds to come from the Police Vehicles and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund established in 2020 under Article 33. If Article 13 fails, then the amount will reduce to $150,000 and only 3 new police cruisers will be purchased. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:76 and will not lapse until the purpose is completed or by December 31st, 2025, whichever is sooner. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 7-0. Are there any comments, questions?
Bruce Hadlock, the rumor is that you're buying new cars, new vehicles, but I also heard the rumor that you're buying electric ones.
I can address that. We are not. The vehicles we are looking at are 3 2023 Ford Explorers, all gasoline powered, and we are looking at a 2023 Ford F-150. That's to replace the Expedition. We are looking at the Expedition, but the cost on the Expedition has gone up significantly. And besides that, although my predecessor owned a beautiful truck and was able to get our road cones and barricades out using his personal vehicle, I own a small sedan, and the 8-foot barricades do not fit in it. So the pickup truck will give us the ability to move some of our larger items, set up for parades, emergencies, the recent flooding, as I'm sure you witnessed.
Yeah.
We were able to move barricades a lot quicker, but again, at that point, we had used some of our officers' trucks because it was difficult to move them in the Explorers doesn't fit either. So, but they're all gasoline powered.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was concerned about. Thank you.
We do have an electrical bicycle.
That's fine.
Steve Height, this is just so, if Article 13 fails, then they're gonna get 3 vehicles, but the idea is to get 4 vehicles, and if 13 passes, and you get 1 there, and you ask for 4 down below that, it's getting you 5. Am I wrong there?
No, I apologize for the confusion. If 13 passes, it goes to the reserve account, reserve fund, so that's $200,000 total. So Article 14 is giving us the authority to expend out of that fund. But if 13 does fail, we still have $150,000 in there, and we want to expend that to purchase 3 vehicles, because we already have that money there.
Yeah.
And I want to caution people that we have a well-established, like the deputy chief was talking about, capital improvement plan for our vehicle fleet. And if we skip a year, we're just gonna ask for double the following year because we still gotta replace that vehicle. We wanna keep that flatlined. We don't want any spikes in the proposals.
One other thing, this happened with the fire department one year where we voted to give them something and then found out afterwards if the town had turned it down, that there were other grants that would fill in and give the money they were asking for. Is this something like that?
Are you asking if there are grant monies available for cruisers?
Well, there was something the fire department was buying one year, and and it got into, after the fact, we found out that if the town had voted not to give them the money, then they qualified for some grant that gave them the same kind of money. And with,
I think the deputy.
You got that?
I can speak to that, sir.
All right, thank you.
So we are actively looking at grants frequently at the police department. We have recently received grants if you've seen our signboards, the electric signboards, those were mainly grant funded. The remainder was actually ARPA funds, so they were essentially completely grant funded. We are actually purchasing some radar units for the new cars. Those are grant funded. So we are pursuing grants. Unfortunately, there are not currently any grants available that would get us a police car. So that is not something we're able to grant fund. We are looking at some of the individual pieces of equipment where we can through highway safety or other matching grants, but they are somewhat few and far between at the moment.
Does that answer your question?
Good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Any discussion? All those in favor of putting it on as presented, please put your cards up. Thank you. Anybody opposed? All right, it goes on as presented. Article 15, police computer software purchase. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $650 for the police department purchase, installation, and implementation of cloud licensing, monitoring software, and monthly management, with said funds to come from unassigned fund balance with no amount to be raised by taxation. The special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7(6) and will not lapse until the purpose is completed or by 12/31/25, whichever is sooner. Estimated tax impact is none. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-0 to 0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 6-1 to 0. Anybody who would like to speak on the matter or have questions or comments or any discussion?
Again, Bruce Hadlock, if you're spending $65,000 out of the thing on it and you're taking it out of the reserve fund, that is money that could be reducing your tax bill. So it's costing us that money out of it by taking and spending $65,000 out of it. You shouldn't be coming in here and telling the people, you shouldn't be telling the people that it's not an impact. It is, because if you take it out now, how much is in that reserve fund, do you know?
Just over
2 million? Usually they tell you in the state that you should be carrying about $1 million for a town about this size.
So currently, the fund balance is 8.3% of 23 million, so we have 1,981,426. All of these proposed items from fund balance is about 376,909. So that leaves us 1,604,517, and that is above what the DRA recommends. So 5.45% instead of they recommend 5%.
And usually you would give that back for taxation.
Which they're planning to hopefully be able to do in the
Right.
fall. That
Yep.
leaves like a $410,000 extra, and if it's applied, it'll get the tax rate down to where the budget committee goal
But
was
they
set.
indicated in this article that it didn't have any impact. It does have an impact.
Yeah,
on
it does,
it.
it
It
doesn't
has
affect the
it has
tax
an impact
rate.
on the basis of what they're saying, but they
If we
tried to tell us
raised
that
it
it
without
didn't.
using the unassigned fund balance,
That has an
then-
impact because we could have used it to reduce
all
the
right, well,
taxes.
that would have been about 10 cents per
Didn't
thousand.
make any difference. You're
Okay,
still telling
well-
us wrong, so.
I appreciate your opinion. The deputy chief can speak to what those items are, because it is a little bit, we couldn't be too specific on it. Otherwise, if it changed the type of software, we'd only have to go with a more expensive software potentially.
This warrant started a little more specific with what the exact software was in the quote, and we decided to broaden the words a little bit just in case there was a better price by the time the warrant was approved. But basically, with our systems, and I'm sure most systems now, everything is going to the cloud. All our data is in the cloud, which obviously comes with some data, some security questions and some concerns. One of the things this does is this is going to put us on a government-based cloud as opposed to kind of a commercial or public cloud, which is a higher security. So that some of that fund is going to be used towards that, and some of the other is going to be a software monitoring that's going to kind of be looking at our network for threats. So if someone is, say, out of the country and is trying to log into our system remotely, this is software that would look at that and say, hey, let's lock this user out because for some reason this user is now trying to log in from, I don't know, Germany or Uganda or something like that, and that's not normal. So we're going to lock it down and contact them and see what's going on, make sure they're not on a weird business trip somewhere. So it's just stuff for added security. Apologize for kind of the vague wording of it, but that's what it is. We do have some specific software that we'll be looking to purchase with the money, but we, just in case, because the way the vendors work, just in case a product comes out that's a little bit better for the same price by the time the money is approved, we could alter slightly.
All right, are there any comments, questions, or discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the warrant as presented, please put up your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? No. Goes on as presented. Article 16, ambulance equipment purchase. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $24,000 to purchase an EMS Auto Pulse, which is an automated CPR machine. Oh. I'm sorry.
I want to make a motion that we continue this to Thursday because it's already 10 o'clock.
Okay, we have a motion to move this to continue the session.
Continue it on Thursday evening.
Yep, all right. Is there a second? Oh, we have a second with Bill Gendro. Yeah, that's fine. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right. Ma'am, I do see you were in line. Is there something you'd like to?
Could I add an amendment to the motion to lock in all of our approvals on the warrant articles that have been discussed tonight, so they can't be brought up at the next meeting?
Okay, so you're asking to amend the motion to reconstruct reconsideration on all articles discussed tonight?
Yes.
All right, I have an amendment to the motion. Is there a second? Is there a second on that? All right, I have Bill Tulip as a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please put your card up. All right, there's all the yeses. Are there any noes? All right, so the motion is now to continue our session, the first session of town meeting to the second scheduled date, which is Thursday here at 6 o'clock, as well as all items that have been considered tonight cannot be revisited for reconstruction. Is everybody clear on that? All right, all those in favor, please put up your card and as yes. All right, all those are the yeses. Any noes? All right, we've got one no, so the yeses have it. All right, we'll hopefully see everybody or as many people as we can on Thursday. Thank you all for taking your time, and we will continue this Thursday, 6 o'clock here at the cafeteria. Back to the town clerk, the ballot clerk is there, that'd be great. Please put your yes/no cards up back on the table so we can reuse them on Thursday. Thank you.
Hey, Bob, I'm against that.
Yeah, I